ಇಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ಓಪನ್ ಅಂತ ಇದು ಜೆಸಿಎಸ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಬಂತು ಏನ್ ಹಾ ಆಯ್ತು ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲೇನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಹಾ ಹೌದು HDMI ಕೇಬಲ್
Done. Discover a healthier you with Millets. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness, Jagat Guru Shri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahatmamiji, I, Saida Para S, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, welcome you all to the 2 days National Symposium on Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition Security, Siridhanya Sukadanya, sponsored by DST Promotion of University Research and Scientific Excellence. Watering the plant symbolizes the desire to preserve an attitude towards preserving and protecting the environment. I request our dignitaries to kindly inaugurate the occasion by watering the plant, wishing success for the event. Is the universal welcome. I request Dr. Shweta H.E., Assistant Professor, to welcome the gathering. Good morning, all. Seeking the blessings of Jagadguru Sri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, we, the organizing committee of the symposium and the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, welcome you all to the two-day symposium on revisiting millets for food and nutrition security. Siridhanya Sukhadanya, as part of International Year of Millet 2023, sponsored by DST, Promotion of University Research and Scientific Excellence, DST Burst. We welcome our Dean, Dr. Ravisha K.A., Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, who gracefully accepted to be with us for the inauguration of scientific session. He has been an immense support and guiding spirit behind the event. We welcome you, sir. We welcome Dr. Mamata H.K., Coordinator, Department of Health Management Studies, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, to the opening of scientific sessions. We are grateful for your presence with us. Welcome, madam. Thank you. We welcome Dr. Vanitha Reddy, Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, under whose guidance the whole event is being conducted. Welcome you, madam. We have with us the first speaker of the day, Dr. Prakash Halami, Chief Scientist, Department of Microbiology, Fermentation Technology, CFTRI, Mysuru. We welcome you, sir. Now we welcome the central characters of the whole event, the young minds, the student community who have joined us on the two-day journey of scientific deliberations on millet research. We also welcome our colleagues from our sister institutes who have joined us on this occasion. Welcome everybody once again, and we hope the symposium helps the attendees to learn and understand newer aspects of the role of millets in health and disease and gives fresher perspectives on millet research. Steve Jobs once said, learn continually. There is always one more thing to learn. So let's begin the journey of learning. Welcome everybody once again. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I now request our beloved head, Dr. Ravisha K.A., Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, to grace the occasion.
Ellarigu namaskara. Good morning to one and all assembled here. At the outset, I invoke the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji, and I offer my pronouns to the lotus feet of appointed and seek his blessings for the success of this 2 days national symposium on revisiting millets for food and nutrition security, which we all in our own system, we call it as Siridhanya Sukadhanya. Friends, we are already late, I will not take much time. It's more an informal opening to see that, because we don't feel comfortable unless we open once and then start with it. That could be the reason why we have had one formal inaugural function and another informal system. A very informal, one or two words I would like to just mention. The lot of diseases, if you happen to see over a period of time, particularly during the last 3 decades, which are more towards lifestyle diseases. And one of the important aspects that people have observed, maybe you might have seen in yesterday's newspaper and various other systems, particularly with regard to oil and the change of food habits of the younger generations. We find in a matter of 2 decades of continuous rather utilization of some of the different types of oils and different types of cooking methods and different types of food materials coming into picture because of our routine daily life has caused many problems. And that is why most of our scientists are looking back to our history or the history of various other nations or even their cultures to know why some of the earlier generations never had such complications, but only the present generation is facing. If it is continued, it is believed that the type of diseases and disorders that we are literally going through at the age of 30, 35 heart attacks because of either obesity or cholesterol or various other systems, our medical friends would be able to help us through in all these aspects. But there is a very clear indication that the circumstantial evidences and the time-tested systems of food have had a greater impact on giving us a better and healthy life compared to the present day lifestyles that we are adopting. So it's not only food and nutrition, but it is also related to lifestyles. So it is necessary that we need to adopt ourselves to different lifestyles of our routine day-to-day life, followed by or coupled with the nutrition aspects, including the various exercises and other things. That's what Ayurveda tells about. It's time that we look for scientific validation of all these traditional knowledge systems. Whichever is useful, we can adopt it. Whichever is not useful, we can conveniently ignore it or leave it. But it is necessary that circumstantial evidences have shown that these are aspects. That is the reason why even many of the scientists are looking to plants or various other medicinal plants or other things or various novel drugs. Keeping this in mind, I'm sure the discussions and deliberations that is going to take place in these 2 days will throw a lot of light and will probably come out with new vistas of research and discussions that will help our younger generation, particularly the students at large, to take up some projects, to look for some new avenues, be it in the entrepreneurship area on millets, or be it utilization of millets, or incorporation of the millets into our nutrition aspects, so that the food security of the globe and the country is very well balanced. One great advantage, particularly the South Indians here is we are used to some of these millets, whether it is ragi, jola, or some of these things. So there is a good scope compared to various other states in the country. We are at an advantage to look for incorporation of some of these things, which are already available in the commercial market. Only thing is, if we can add something, or flavors or tasters, we can make some of these foods more attractive. Say gobi, if you see just one example I would like to give you. Gobi was never an important vegetable when I was a boy, just 2 decades ago. But with gobi manchuri, today it is one of the most important vegetables in the market. Why? This is because of some of the, not because of the nutrition aspect, but because of the tastes and flavors that has been added to it. Now it is time for us, particularly I request my young friends to look for utilizing the same food items which are of high nutritive value, to see that you add some flavors, because our students are good at doing wonderful recipes. Okay, that is why I am requesting. If you can come out with even 1 or 2 such things, I am sure you have done the job. So making ragi biscuit or ragi systems or millet products little more attractive and acceptable to the younger generation, you have hit the ball. Please look for this, and I hope if you do that, one of the best aspects would be trying to see that the millets get incorporated into our diet automatically. You need not literally go for canvassing. Thank you. Thank you for providing this opportunity. I would like to congratulate the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, all the faculty and students, particularly the organizing team, for having organized this wonderful event on this occasion on the year of International Year of Millets, wherein Government of India is literally pushing through, because it is also a commerce-related activity. That is why we are having our HSMS Dean also here, because both not only nutrition, but also we want entrepreneurship to see that some of the wonderful recipes that are made by our students are they are trained for marketing also. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words and being supportive in all aspects as always. I request Dr. Mamata HK, Dean, Department of Health System Management Studies, to kindly speak a few words on this occasion.
Good morning, all. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Ravisha sir and Dr. Vanita Reddy and her team for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this important event. Kannadadalli ಒಂದು ಗಾದೆ ಇದೆ, ಮೂರ್ತಿ ಚಿಕ್ಕದಾದರೂ ಕೀರ್ತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡದು. So the same, I think we have to recognize the value of our millets, right? So they are very tiny when compared to other food ingredients. But when you know the nutritive value and the amount of health benefits that you have with these products, it's immense. So it's time for us to now to popularize our own in-house grown food ingredients to the external world. See, already India is making a lot of strides towards it, right? And when it comes to sustainable economy, right, agriculture plays a very important role. So we have seen during this pandemic or even after the pandemic, many countries had to slow down. So the recession or the economic downtime, fortunately, India was not much, right? That is because we are having a sustainable economy where we are dependent not on others for our food. So it is time for us to realize that we can be independent and we can prove to the world that we can do it. And we also have a lot of innovations happening, not only in industry side, but also in the agricultural sector. So the time is right for youth like you all to grab the opportunity, come up with your innovative ideas and see that how you can contribute towards not only mankind, but bettering the lifestyle of individuals. Because today we know that health is wealth, right? Whatever you earn, ultimately in your old age, you should not be ending up spending on your health. So I once again thank you all for this opportunity and wish you all the best. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your encouraging words. I now request our coordinator, Dr. Vanita Reddy, to speak a few words.
Good morning, all. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness, welcome all the students for the inaugural session of the symposium, two-day symposium. So you can see the title, the Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition. Why it is revisiting means it's not new to our country. We were a part of, the whole country was part of the millets. We were adopted to the food habits of utilizing millets in our regular diet. But some gap has come because of the different people invading us and different cultures have entered into the country. But still, it's a time to bring back our own culture and food habits so that we can mainly to sustain the health, what we call health benefits of the millet. So I request the students to utilize the two-day symposium because various speakers are going to give exposure to you for various aspects of the millets, not only the nutritional component, various research areas, including the entrepreneurship, management, even related to whether it is related to microbiology or related to the what we call security. So many aspects are going to be covered in both the days. So I request all the students to utilize the opportunity and get the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. Veena PM, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to kindly give the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Thank you, Farah. Good morning, all. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, I, Dr. Veena BM, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, take this opportunity to thank everyone. On behalf of our department and DST PERS, I would like to thank our Pro-Chancellor, Dr. B. Suresh, and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Surinder Singh, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, for their support in their absentia. I express sincere thanks to Professor K. Ravisha, Dean, FLS, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, Mysuru, for gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Mamata HK, Associate Professor and Dean, Department of Health System and Management Studies, JSS Academy of Higher Education, for her presence. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Dr. Vanitha Reddy P, Assistant Professor and Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS HR, for her presence. Thank you, ma'am. And I express my gratitude for the DST PERS Fund for sponsoring the program. I thank Dr. Prakash Halami, sir, for accepting our invitation. Thank you, sir. And I thank all the speakers of the first session for accepting our invitation. I thank all the organizing committee members, teaching and non-teaching staff for their support. My special thanks to all the participants who have gathered here for the program. Once again, I thank everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Veena. Now we shall move on to our first technical session. I request the dignitaries to please occupy the dais, the chairs in front. Now we will begin with the technical session. Once again, good morning to all. It's my great pleasure to introduce today's first speaker, Dr. Prakash M. Halami, who is working as a Chief Scientist in the Department of Microbiology and Fermentation Technology, CFTRI. He is also working as a Nodal Officer in CFTRI COVID-19 Testing Center
at the Central Food Technological Research Institute, Mysuru, India. He is also serving as an expert advisor for Akshay Patra Research Lab, and he has received many awards. 2 times CSIR CFTRI Foundation Day Award, year 2013 and 19, for his scientific contribution. Senior Scientist Award by Microbiologist Society India, to name few. He has been actively involved in millet-related research and development activities. So today he will be delivering a lecture on gut microbiota and dietary fiber of millets and overview. So I take this privilege to call Dr. Prakash Halami sir on the dais. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. His Holiness Swamiji of this prestigious organization, Professor Ravish, Dr. Mamta, Dr. Vanita, and other faculty members from Department of Nutrition and Dietetics. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Though some 10 years back we were working on finger millet seed pot or bioavailability of trace minerals like calcium, magnesium, zinc, using the phytic acid degrading bacteria. And this was actually my second PhD student who participated in that kind of activity, where we actually wanted to see the malnutrition problem through fermentation, basically. And then when last year, International Year of Millet from 0 to 3 about to start. In fact, 1 or 2 projects I submitted to funding agency. And one of the, though it has to start maybe perhaps from the next month, in a millet mission. Just now I was starting with Dr. Ravish also, that in millet mission, we want to see how during the processing or fermentation can be used to enrich the bioactive property of a millet with reference to the antioxidant activity, with reference to the immunomodulatory property, with reference to their nutritional status, and they can be actually much better a superfood for the gut microbiota. So I always call probiotics plus millet is a Shriyanda of gut microbiota. And that's why when Dr. Catherine asked me whether I can give a talk on this microbiota and millet, so I readily agreed, because I also thought that whatever from last few months we are trying to gather the knowledge on the millets will be useful. So at the outset, once again, I congratulate the organizers for taking such an important topic for this 2 days symposium, and more importantly, I think inviting Dr. Khadirwali. Khadirwali is supposed to be a former employee of CFTRI, and I think she worked in a biochemistry department.
Yes, sir.
So all these people are more aware about his research activities. And then subsequently now actually CFTRI is a nodal laboratory for the millet mission project, where 14 different CSIR institutes are participating in that. And within a 1.5 years, we have to develop several products, millet-based products, the technologies on the processing, the different value-added products, and much more things. So I hope my topic will not be very confusing for the nutrition and dietetic students, because it starts from the microbiology, because I have worked from last 29 years in a microbiology department. And besides working, we do little bit social work also with Ravi sir. And this was actually the auditorium few months back, where we had a pre-conference workshop on diagnostic of human pathogens. So I will be actually talking about the gut microbiota in the first part. I don't have many slides, just a 30 slides. So you have to just adjust with me for a next 40 minutes. You know? And then of course, our next speaker will be coming. I think she must be on the way. So I guess I hope I will not cover the topic or the aspect what other speaker are going to talk, because Catherine told me that I should talk today only. Actually, I would have preferred to talk tomorrow so that I come with a more fresh brain, a little bit relaxed mode. Because we have also the similar activities going on in my department in microbiology. That is on the technology demonstration on idli batter and dosa batter. This is for the entrepreneur, and it was actually very nice to see Dr. Mamta that several new entrepreneurs are going to, and even beginning we met one of these entrepreneurs. He is here somewhere. That he is very interested with the what work you people are going to do, and in the subsequent activities. So my actually work is focusing on what we eat, the food, how it get digested, and how we actually, so whatever we eat, we actually eating for the nutrition or the nourishment. But I would say that from microbiological angle, we eat a food to feed the microorganisms. Okay, so we are actually not eating for ourselves, but we are actually eating to feed the microorganisms. So this is what actually my first fundamental question is. You will see microorganisms everywhere in our body, specifically the what we call the microflora associated with this, and that's why the complete human being is actually associated with the microorganism. And you know that in our body we actually carry at least 1 to 2 kg of a microflora through the gastrointestinal tract, the skin, the nose, the oral cavity, and then several body parts. And these actually microorganisms are associated with several of the normal functioning, protecting us from this pathogens or the diseases from the environment, the stress, and our development, especially the immune system, which is actually more important. And then during COVID time also, people must have seen that the food, which actually has a good immune system, as a immunomodulatory property was preferred. And one of such product, you people must have also seen in the TV, that time was our spirulina chickpea. So very simple reason, because it provides some of these nutrients, and this nutrient for whom? Not for you. It is actually the microflora which is there in our gastrointestinal tract. So how these microorganisms are associated? You see the invisible microbiome. So total microflora and their genes. So as I told that they are actually have at least 1 to 2 kg of this our body weight. So if suppose I am 70 kg, my weight is actually 68. 2 kg actually comes from the microorganisms. If these microorganisms are not there, in our laboratory practices, we call the nobiotic animals. The organism without microorganisms is the nobiotic. Okay? So this is what actually we're supposed to do. So the visible organs without microflora, actually when we born, we are actually like this way. Only with the organ sterile condition. Gastrointestinal tract is free from microorganism, and slowly actually it starts developing. One of the first bacteria which gets colonizes is the bifidobacteria, and I have actually long story to talk about the bifidobacteria in the next few minutes. So the visible organisms plus invisible microbiome, then only actually we becomes a complete human, or the complete human with a normal function. And then you will see there's a number of differs, the number of genes, and the different functions which are associated with this. So this is what actually from last 20 years, the big research is going on worldwide with relation to the microbiome, and each and every laboratory, not only in the biology, but then the chemistry, the food technology, everyone, actually the bioinformatics most part, are working on this aspect. Though in India, the microbiome work actually started last 10 or 15 years, but if you see the Human Gut Microbiome Project of 2000, with NIH, has provided large number of information. And what we identified that we have somewhere only 20 to 25,000 genes. But if you take the total microflora and estimate their genes, they are actually almost 3.3 million. So such large number of genes actually will be interacting with us and are in the symbiotic relationship. I am not talking with reference to the pathogenic bacteria, but these organisms which are actually health promoting or beneficial bacteria in our body. How actually through the food, as a food person from the Food Technology Institute, I would say, how gut health actually gets modulated by the food. Which type of food we should eat, or eat a right food. This is how actually now FSSI slogan is, So if you see, if you eat suppose the Mediterranean diet or plant-based diet or ketogenic diet, you will have the production. Now I am actually talking with reference to the bacteria or the microflora, which is only in the gastrointestinal tract. And I told that we eat a food to provide the nourishment beside to our body to the microorganism which are in our gastrointestinal tract. So when we eat this kind of food, they help actually to produce short chain fatty acid, which is the energy source, GABA, the neurotransmitter, vitamins, phenols, and then indole. But when you eat suppose the non-vegetarian or European food or the Western diet, then you see the consequences. And that's why the more, as Professor Ravish told, cardiovascular or the lifestyle diseases, more number of the IBD, IBS diseases, and actually, I will be interacting actually with some of these doctors. They are actually telling that more number of the IBD diseases actually in India also now. But once upon a time, we did not have this kind of problem. So the reason is eating the refined food, following more Western style. I think youngsters will definitely prefer to eat pizza, burgers. You eat that, you will be classified in that side. You eat a vegetarian diet, you are in the left side. Yes. Now, with reference to microbiology, which type of food actually promote which type of microorganisms? So very easy actually to understand. Okay, why I should eat actually food rich in the carbohydrate, food rich with the proteins? What happens? Or food with the high fat diet? What happens? So you see here, these are actually the microorganisms which are actually identified by next generation sequencing. By not without actually cultivating the microorganisms in the laboratory. And they actually came to the conclusion that you eat the high fiber diet, which is actually very much required for our better health, for the longevity of life. To have a better immune system, matured immune system, you have to have more bacteria. Prevetola, actually Prevetola is very common microorganism found in Indian population. Those who are actually eating the traditional food, the traditional fermented food. Prevetola organism is very important. Then you will see this back, Firmicutes, Ruminococcus, then Lactobacillus, Bifidobacteria, Bifidobacteria and Lactobacillus are actually the probiotic organisms. But you will see the trend is different when we eat high fat diet. So what happens is when we fill our stomach with this kind of microorganisms, there will be few cells or cultures, or bacteria, they actually get enriched. Actually, no one clearly told this information that you eat this kind of food from where the bacteria comes. It's not apogenesis theory, but bacteria will be there, but there actually gets proliferated. It is just like during the childhood, the infants has a more bifidobacteria. Why? Because the child gets the mother's milk, and that mother's milk actually has N-acetyl glucosamine, a specific sugar, which promotes exclusively the growth of the bifidobacteria. And that's why the breastfeed babies are more, what you can say is stronger in their immune systems. They are actually well developed and has the very less cases of the infection or especially the autoimmune diseases also. So similarly, you see with the carbohydrate diet, and actually what is the trend? Are we actually consume mostly the food which is a carbohydrate with reference to Anna Sambar? No. Anna Sambar, yes, just to have the nourishment, pass the time till afternoon, it is all right. But with reference to the microorganisms, no. You have to come here, high fiber diet, which Dr. Khadir Wali told long back, and now we realize this. So similarly, the high protein diet also. So don't go eating too much non-veg. I showed in the previous slide that it is actually the biogenic amines which are actually produced, and these are actually associated with several of this cancer, carcinogenic substances. This actually slide is actually very useful with reference to how in the gastrointestinal tract, the different gradient of pHs and which are the location, which type of microorganisms are there. If you just see the gut microflora, we have one side the pathogenic microorganism or harmful microorganisms, and another side is the health promoting. If you see in our upper gastrointestinal tract, mostly you have the pathogenic microorganisms, somehow they comes. Okay. In middle, you have half pathogenic, half the health promoting bacteria. At the in between, just before the distal end, you have the eubacteria and the bifidobacteria, especially in the colon. You have mostly the population of the bacteria because in the colon it is anaerobic. Then pH is towards neutral, right? So here you will see the anaerobic bacteria. So when you have actually more pathogenic bacteria, your actually gut become the dysbiosis, and then dysbiotic gut actually leads with the several lifestyle diseases. But when you have more this kind of bacteria, health promoting bacteria, then your gut is a eubiosis gut, a balanced gut. And this is what actually we are looking for, in our daily life. From where this bacteria comes, the pathogenic bacteria, the air, surroundings, contaminated, spoiled food, and somewhere which we will not have the control. And they also gets proliferated. They also have the equal opportunity because whenever you eat the food, they also get the nutritious diet, in other words. Yeah. So this is what actually Catherine is here only. I guess this slide is from her PhD thesis. She actually was looking at the gut microbiota always gets disturbed after the age of 20 or 30. Till 20 or 30, you did not worry as such, with reference to the balance or the stable gut microbiota. Why? Because during the childhood, you have developed, except the children which are actually born by cesarean, perhaps. Okay. So what happens is, as you grow, there will be always the disturbance in the gut microbiota because of the diet, the different type of food which you eat. I need not to tell the diet one size means, most of you people are from the same field, and then definitely the Mysore being a National Institute on Food Technology, so everyone knows what people does in this stress, Then aging, as we grow, you know that most of actually the bifidobacterial counts will be depleting. Most of the other friendly organism count will be depleting. This actually helps to give rise to more the pathogenic organism in our gastrointestinal tract. And what is our work, or what we supposed to do? We're supposed to balance that between the good bacteria and the bad bacteria. The antibiotics, because whenever you fall sick, doctor usually don't mind not to prescribe the antibiotics. But what happens is, besides killing the pathogenic organism, antibiotics is killing your friendly bacteria. So this is how actually the dysbiotic gut is happening. And when the dysbiotic gut is there, you will have like the gut permeability, endotoxemia, systemic inflammation, and all this kind of problems. This actually leads to the several diseases, which we call otherwise the lifestyle diseases, right? So whenever you are actually more harmful or pathogenic bacteria in your gastrointestinal tract, you are actually susceptible or going to have one or other these lifestyle diseases. When you have the stable gut microflora or better bacteria, which you otherwise also take from the fermented food, the dairy product, the fermented vegetables, you will have the stable gut microbiota, what we call the eubiotic, and eubiotic gut will have less gut permeability. That means no secretion of the metabolites from the gastrointestinal tract into the bloodstream, and then several other, especially the inflammatory markers or inflammations also. And this is what actually people understood, that whenever we actually fall sick, gastrointestinal problem, our diseases starts from the gut. So how we can keep our gut a better or the healthy one, gut health, in other words. In 1930s, the first actually information, of course, the theory of longevity of life was proposed by Ely Metchnikoff in 1907, where he has observed that people consuming the fermented dairy product had the exceptional longevity of life. That means they were actually living more than 100 years. So he examined their food habit and found that they consume mostly the fermented dairy product. Means what? They are actually consuming the lactic acid bacteria daily. Means what? These lactic acid bacteria are doing, what is the work they do? They actually acidify our gastrointestinal tract, result, and they prevent the pathogenic bacteria colonization. They do not allow the putrefying bacteria to colonize your gastrointestinal tract. So your immune system actually is better. Your food digesting ability is better, and that's why your lifespan is increasing. And this is what actually the story started. I am trying to tell you with reference to how the probiotics, the friendly bacteria, supplementation or intervention also can help you to overcome some of these lifestyle diseases, overcome the problems associated with one or other this kind of diseases and the problems. So we know after this elimination of the very common product which is available in market is the Yakult, right? The Lactobacillus casei strain Shirota, and this bottle you will see that this fermented milk product is available and actually is very good for the digestion, the immune system, then nutrient absorption and several other purposes actually is very common. And this is actually the product available in US from last 15-20 years, where beside the lactic acid bacteria, the bifidobacteria are incorporated. Now what happens actually just consuming the probiotic bacteria do not work. I was telling that whenever we take the food, depends on the nature of food, that particular microflora will be not generated but will be proliferated. So due to that result, this is the substance, the prebiotics. Okay, so prebiotic is a non-digestible carbohydrate which is being used only by the health-promoting bacteria for the fermentation purpose, and gives the several other health benefits. Okay, so prebiotic non-digestible carbohydrate itself has its biological functional or the functionalities in combination with this is actually the food for the probiotic bacteria. And why we are actually talking with reference to millet is because the millet has the high number of highest amount of the several of this dietary fiber which actually acts as the prebiotics, which I will tell you subsequently. Okay. So one of the important property of the dietary fiber or the prebiotic is the gut microflora modulations. What is the meaning of gut microflora modulation? That it promotes the good bacteria and suppresses the pathogenic bacteria. Yes. And this is what actually like the mechanism actually if we see in the physiology, that in the colon, specifically as I told, the food or the dietary fiber or the high molecular weight carbohydrate which do not get digested in the smaller intestine. So what happens? They goes in our colon and these are actually exclusively fermented by the colonic bacteria. And in the colonic bacteria, these are actually anaerobic bacteria. It doesn't mean that if it is not get digested, not get hydrolyzed in the colon, it remains like that. No, it may take some time. Okay, so you eat anything, you will digest one or other day. But if you have the right bacteria, then faster, and better utilization of the nutrients. So basically, any dietary fibers gets fermented either by the procedure of lipogenesis and glucogenesis, and then you get the short chain fatty acids, which is actually acts as the energy source. And this is actually very much required for the epithelial cell, for creating the good environment in the colon, for inducing the immune system, for giving the some of this energy molecules or the substances for the colonic bacteria. Okay. So now we are actually looking for this symbiotic relationship between the probiotics and prebiotics. So probiotic is the live organism. Prebiotic is a non-digestible carbohydrate which is exclusively being digested in the colon regions. And then you see that, yes, the bacteria which are there in our gastrointestinal tract, they exhibit the several health promoting properties: digestion, utilization of the nutrient, production of the absorption of the nutrients, production of the vitamins, minerals, and then several things. Besides that, they utilizes the prebiotics, and prebiotics in turn helps the probiotic bacteria to grow. So this is how actually the mechanism or the interrelationship between the probiotics and prebiotic works, and actually helps the host. Okay, so just eating the probiotics only will not work, or only even the prebiotic also. But if you eat the prebiotic, there is a possibility that subsequent longer. Every time actually people ask, how long we have to actually continuously eat the probiotic? So actually we're supposed to eat regularly, but to see the positive effect, we're supposed to eat at least 20 to 30 days. Okay, how much? It should be actually at least 10 millions, 10 raised to power 7. That much amount of probiotics we are supposed to consume where the health benefit has been identified. Similarly, how much the prebiotics we should eat. So it is actually 5 to 10 gram of the prebiotic, depends on the purpose. And for which reason, for how long again? So 20 to 30 days. Then only you will be able to see the health effect. On the other hand, if you have to consume the medicine, the doctor prescribe only a week or 2 days or 3 days, depends on the purpose. But these molecules, you have to consume little longer. So this is actually a very convincing experiment to tell how the selective enrichment of the bifidobacteria actually happens. So without the prebiotic dietary fiber, you see the bacteroids were only 65% and the bifidobacteria 20%. Upon continuous eating of the prebiotic or the dietary fiber for a month or 20 days time, what happens? You see the totally changes in the gut microflora. You see the bifidobacteria from 20, it becomes 70%. So without supplementing the bifidobacteria, whatever they were there in our gastrointestinal tract, their population was sequentially increased. You see in the bacteroids, the less number. So bacteroid or Fusobacteria or Clostridia, their number is reduced. So this is what actually the positive health benefit you see when you have to eat the prebiotic, when you have to eat the dietary fiber, when you have to eat the millet. So eating the millet, consuming the millet has the positive effect. And as I told, the bacteria which its population is decreased, they are pathogenic or the disease causing bacteria. The bacteria whose population is increased, they are friendly bacteria. They are the bacteria which are health promoting bacteria. Now in this context, what we are trying to do is very simple slides to answer. From last 10-15 years, we are actually trying to collect as much as possible bacteria from the different sources which will work in a particular compartment in the gastrointestinal tract. One of the first bacteria which I also focused in our CSIR health and wellness project was a bifidobacteria, because bifidobacteria, whatever we get in our gastrointestinal tract is only through mother's milk. Afterward, there is no supply. What I am trying to do, I was to give this bifidobacteria again to the growing children, growing population, and they see if they can become again younger. Is it okay? So we actually isolated such several bifidobacteria, characterized these, seen their probiotic property. Now these bacteria are there in our hand. This is another bacteria, Lactobacillus plantarum, exclusively from the fermented vegetables. And again, the probiotic property also has the very similar health benefits. Now, if you see the bifidobacteria, their colonization, as I have shown, the red color means colon in the larger intestine. This bacteria, you see, it is in the smaller intestine. This is the Lactobacillus fermentum. Catherine was also working and she isolated, I think, some 10 Lactobacillus fermentum cultures. And every day they used to come actually to this other building, right? To Mysore Medical College. And for bifidobacteria, actually, I wrote at least letter to some 7-8 medical hospital. Only from Mission Hospital, I got the positive responses. You can come and take the baby stool sample and then analyze in the laboratory for isolating bifidobacteria. And through that process, we characterize some 10 cultures. That boy actually is now US, who has done this work. But I made sure that these bacteria are alive in the laboratory. Okay. Another is the bacillus. Now, actually, what the sporolac is the only powder available. Bacillus coagulans. This is actually the spore forming bacteria, which is actually producing a lactic acid. So due to that result, its colonization is easier or its stabilization in the gastrointestinal tract actually is useful. Now, actually, what happens? Bacillus are the spore forming bacteria over other bacteria because they will not be able to tolerate the stress or acidic pH in the gastrointestinal tract. Bifidobacteria very shy in the once they get exposed to the oxygen, once they get exposed to the higher temperature. So due to that result, Bacillus has the advantage because of its sporolytic nature. Spores resistant to heat, pH, and then bile concentration also. Now let us move. What did I do this bacteria subsequently? So you know that supplementation of probiotics through food, of course, one can actually have through the pills and capsule also. That the totally regulations, different regulations. You can actually incorporate this bacteria in the vegetable products. Nutrition and dietetic students, they will know the dairy product which we prefer, and then meat and fish product. Of course, in India we don't do much fermentation, but then sausages. Now in supermarket you will get the sausages. It is chicken sausages. I hope talking non-vegetarian things are okay here. Okay. And then you have the several products, the vegetable based and on the dairy based and these things. Being the International Year of Millet, I just jumped to see what actually comes. So I try to incorporate this bacteria, which I told in the previous slide, in the millet. Okay. So not much advanced work, so don't ask very difficult question. With the probiotics, it is okay. So this is actually the lactobacillus fermentum EMCC 2760, which Catherine has done the preclinical trial for the diabetic, then high fat diet, then inflammatory, carrageenan-induced inflammation. And we now this bacterium has been re-identified, renamed as a Limocillobacillus fermentum, and it was actually in the general deposit. Now it is in the safe deposit. So microbiology students or the microbiology people, you should know what this safe deposit and general deposit means, because now this culture actually is a protected, is not available for any other common researcher. But if somebody asks, Dr. Vanita asked me, sir, can you give this culture? Yes, I will say always yes, sir. But they should do the work. So this has actually the several property. And Dr. Ram Prasad and his student, they took this culture and they checked that it actually helps for the gut-brain axis also. And we actually seen this. For the postbiotic purpose, because we have actually the collaborative project with the DRDO or DFRA, where the excreted material, the culture filtrate of this probiotic or the any grass status microorganism, they also have the property of immunomodulations. So this bacteria actually does this purpose, perform these functions. I am talking about the microbiology, so I will not cover your topic. I hope it is okay. I started 10:15. We have to come before now. That I confirmed her yesterday itself. My question is answered already. Bifidobacterium longum is a deposit again this safe repository and has several health benefits actually. So we first try, is it your culture or from the culture collection center? So native means it is your own culture, and then you can see we actually look exclusively for the preclinical trial for the arthritis, and this cultures actually we use, and during COVID time we developed this product. So actually the combi card actually comes from combination of the two probiotics, the Bifidobacterium and then lactobacillus, along with the starter culture that is the nisin producer. So what actually this product does is help the immunomodulation, modulate the gut microbiota, means encourages the friendly bacteria. These are experimental evidences. Then it actually inhibits several of the pro-inflammatory cytokines, and it actually produces the antimicrobial substances against the pathogenic bacteria, and that exclusive test we actually did here for this purpose. Now, why I am actually telling this dairy product here, because I want to incorporate millet and see what is the response of our bacteria. And when I was talking with Professor Rasna, she was also told it's very good work. She will donate her one student also, she agreed to me. Of course, I need not to tell about this, but I think somehow our Prime Minister made every one of you proud of eliciting nutrition and dietetics people. I should put his picture though. During canvassing, he was very active in Karnataka. But you youngsters of the one, I think, did not support him. Just 65 or 68 is not a good number. I hope he will visit again. Besides this smile, this is a person actually gave another smile. Dr. Mahalingam Govindaraj, who received actually the Borlaug Award for field research and application because he developed the world first pearl millet variety, biofortified pearl millet for the iron and zinc. And that's why actually huge work is being recognized. A scientist from the ICRISAT, Hyderabad, who has been actually recognized because this variety of the pearl millet is very commonly consumed, bajra, and has this kind of fortification, because nutrition people must be knowing that we will be looking the several type of fortification, either salt with the iodine or the even wheat grains are being done like this way. So I just actually have to talk about the nutritional aspect of the millet. I think this slide somehow I didn't get much time to type it, but I will try to tell here. The finger millet, and I was actually explaining that we were initially working on the finger millet seed coat to be incorporated because finger millet seed coat actually rich in calcium. Yes, finger millet, you will see the calcium is very rich, 344 milligram, and no other millet is that much rich, right? That may be the reason. The photo millet. Recently, actually, we submitted one project with Tamil Nadu Agriculture University because Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, they have developed photo millet fermented beverage. We are actually going to modify that product, probiotic fermented photo millet beverage. Okay. So you will see the nutritional components. I will actually are interested or my project on this millet mission is on the barnyard millet because when I saw among this millet, barnyard millet was a little bit fancy for me. So actually I tried to see what the barnyard millet offers is. You will see barnyard millet, a very high amount of the dietary fiber, 13.6, no other millet has. Okay. And several other constituents you will see besides the dietary fiber, the minerals. You see here? 3.7. Okay. Then iron also. You know. So such rich in the dietary fiber as well as the minerals this millet has, and that's why I thought I should take this millet particularly and see what my probiotic bacteria does. So this is actually why we have taken the different millets I have just described. Actually, CFI has made one this calendar with different millets for every month. You know, I was talking with reference to the millet product being served in our canteen. I am sure that these participants are also going to get the millet product at least to see. You visit CFI canteen, you will get millet product directly, but you have to pay. Okay. Right. So this barnyard millet especially we have taken. So I will just see exclusively how the dietary fibers actually gets fermented or being utilized the microorganisms. So this is actually one of this preclinical trials from the literature, not our study. Okay, how dietary fiber feed improves the gut health in the animal. Then you will see that if the animal feeds with the dietary fiber, it provides the two positive health benefits. One is the selective enrichment or the proliferation of health promoting bacteria like firmicutes, actinobacteria, and fusobacteria. They are actually recorded in the feces. And then you will see that short chain fatty acid production. These are actually the health benefits. The other one you will see when actually we consume the food rich in the dietary fibers, exclusively actually promotes more mucus secretion. And this mucus secretion actually protects our epithelial cells. So what happens is when more mucus secretion is there, pathogenic bacteria will not be able to interact or affect the epithelial cell line. In the result, there will not be a septicemia or bacteremia, number one. Another one is you will see that microbiota into this, your mucus layer will be the dysfunction. So the mucus barrier dysfunction will happen. So this is what actually the food rich in the dietary fiber has the advantage to maintain or have a healthy, not only the gut microbiota, but the gastrointestinal tract also. And that's why high fiber diet strengthens our GI tract. This is the third example where the high fiber diet on the gut microbiota in the mice. What happens is, previously I told the selectively it actually helps for encouraging the population of friendly bacteria. But here it shows the diversity of the bacteria also it increases. The friendly bacteria is more. So more the diversity of the bacteria in your gastrointestinal tract, your immune system is stronger. You know, and this is how actually the high fiber diet actually increases the diversity of this bacteria. Low fiber diet, then what happens? So you will see the diversity actually of the bacteria is decreasing in a subsequent generation also. And that's why we have to, in other words, eat the food with the higher diet. Right? So just to conclude what I was trying to tell in this with relation to the dietary fiber, you will see here the normal non-Western diet and the Western diet. You have more the production of several of the organic substances, short chain fatty acid production. Now there increases, but when you eat suppose the Western diet, which you are very familiar with this kind of pockets, you know, the disturbed gut microbiota and no production of this organic acid. And this actually not only affect our gastrointestinal tract, but even the brain also. Okay. So the people, those who eat actually the non-Western diet, they are actually supposed to be the more intelligent like you people, perhaps. And then when you eat, suppose the Western diet, where the less short chain fatty acid or organic acid is there, you will see this kind of the depression, anxiety, and several other problems. Okay. So just to conclude, how the dietary fiber or food rich in the dietary fiber helps. So this is what overall information it gives with relation to the fiber rich in the dietary fiber, and then you will see how the particular specific substrate on the gut microbiota. So it is not that we supposed to eat only the carbohydrate food or only the protein, but it should be the balanced food. As I told beginning, eat right food. Okay. So what is this eat right food means? That if you eat, suppose, the complex carbohydrate, so MAC, microorganism accessible carbohydrate, this is actually very important terminology nowadays. You will get the particularly selection of this bacteria, enrichment of this bacteria. Similarly, the prebiotics, which I was telling, the gut microflora, the fermenting microflora, the proteins, you see, this kind of bacteria. When you eat, suppose the more food with the lipids and this, then you will have the several other microorganisms. The polyphenol again, which is actually useful, you will see, the bacteria which are actually health promoting bacteria will be colonizing more. Now I have to just actually tell that dietary fiber from the millet, it is okay. But beside dietary fiber, what do we get? So this is actually the slide which explains that when we eat the millet-based product, it is not only the dietary fiber which is used as a prebiotic, but there are several other substances, bioactive substances. You will get, and one of them is the polyphenol. Okay. And their importance is the flavonoid. Then the resistant starch. Resistant starch also actually helps for proliferating the several friendly bacteria. And then you see the firmicutes to bacteroid ratio. Actually, this is a very common concept now in the next generation sequencing. When we analyze the gut microflora, we look for this firmicutes to bacteroid ratio. Then relative abundance, abundance or the enrichment, the diversity. These are very common terminology when we explain the result of next generation sequencing. This codomillet, which is again important, especially again you see the lactobacillus, bifidobacteria, Akkermansia, and roseberry. Actually, their population actually it helps because it helps promote the short chain fatty acid production. How? Because codomillet, the polyphenols present in the codomillets is being utilized only by this health promoting bacteria. Then foxtail millet again, you see, the several such advantages are there. And this is what actually the workshop which we conducted, that the probiotic bacteria which are specific one can work as a hallmark for anti-aging or the biomarkers for associated with keeping you healthy, or what I can say, the new terminology has been coined recently in 2021, the gerobiotics. What is the gerobiotics? The anti-aging the probiotic bacteria, which will exclusively work for suppressing the markers or the reaction associated with the aging. Okay, and this we try to explain this one through this one or other product. So this was the event was in April 12 and 13, which we conducted in CFT, right? Okay. And as I told that one of the target is the finger millet, and then several other advantages. Finger millet, the ragi, and then very rich in the calcium, and then several other. And then barnyard millet, which I was trying to tell, and we are actually going to use this one in the millet mission project, which will start in the next month only. And this is actually we already initiated some groundwork, not only the finger millet also, but with the barnyard millet also. And this quarter actually we are incorporating whether they really supports our probiotic bacteria or not. And again, the millet processing, especially looking, trying to extract the milk from there and then see whether this bacteria will ferment or not, or whether we have to incorporate the toad milk or the milk powder for that purpose. And then we have very preliminary data with relation to this one. That this bifidobacteria, this is how actually we cultivate the bifidobacteria in an anaerobic condition. So we actually create the naturally anaerobic condition, making sure that there is no headspace, and then bifidobacteria proliferates. Okay. So the first conclusion is the bacteria, health promoting bacteria plus dietary fibers, which we are going to know today, tomorrow, what happens. So they actually helps the gut microflora to balance, okay, to stabilize, to have a stable gut microflora. Why? Because they produce several short chain fatty acids and several other bioactive molecules, and this actually impacts on our health. You know, the second conclusion of my presentation is, which is actually more ambitious, in other words, that we have actually the single nucleotide polymorphism of some of these what inheritable diseases, but whether we can overcome on that one through the dietary habits as well as the human microbiome. So human microbiome, I thought there are now actually the recent techniques, tools like fecal microbiota transplantation. One of the doctor actually from this hospital, he contacted me because there are actually several cases of this IBD, IBS, and he wanted to actually use our bacillus culture for this purpose. So you see here, you have the dietary fiber in your hand, you know through the sequencing which inheritable disease you have, and you have a pool of the bacteria, good and bad bacteria. So you select that bacteria, and then you have something like personalized medicine. So with this, I thank you very much. I hope I have not taken too much time. You allow me to talk, I will talk in 5:30. Okay. This is my chota mota team. Some of them left also actually. Yeah. Catherine knows people don't work with me for a very long time. But we have to somehow maintain. I hope you people have enjoyed my lecture. You will utilize in your daily activities or in your academic. If you are going to become an entrepreneur, just give me one missed call. Whether what type of product can be developed. You know, we have now the new project which I was telling when just that time only Madam entered on postbiotic. This is with the DRDO. So postbiotic is the dead bacteria, but still can promote the health. So with this, I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. If you have any questions, I will be actually very happy to answer. Thank you very much.
So if anybody has any questions, you can ask.
Toxins or even this inflammatory markers which gets excreted, diluting them is very much required, so that you can actually dilute only by drinking continuously water. Not only to make the distillery or this Tata copper people get benefited more, but for your better health. Yes, please. One minute. Can you repeat once again?
Sure, sir. He said about bifidobacteria, that the only source was from the mother's milk. And if it's of the way you said it, it's like in low concentration, right?
Low concentration.
The bifidobacteria?
Yes.
So if it's only produced in the mother's milk, how
Yes.
is it?
Yes.
So, like, is it in a higher concentration in women? Or
No, I told that through this mother's milk, this bacteria get the sugar, N-acetyl something, and that actually helps this bacteria to produce.
okay, so because of that specific sugar, it helps to produce that bacteria.
It promotes the growth.
Thank you.
If you need bifidobacteria, another source is weak.
Okay, thank you.
Because you go for any capsule also, yes, available. But the viability is a question mark. So wherever I actually go, I tell them the next source of bifidobacter is the speaker. One minute. Let other people also should know your question.
So when it comes to bioavailability, which is more like processing, like flour or dry millets or wet millets or germinated, which is more processing?
Very good question. I think this madam will answer on that. Really related to the processing, the bioavailability, I am actually very weaker. What we were actually looking the bioavailability of a trace elements or minerals, because phytic acid is actually very rich in this millets. So then that these minerals will be bound with this phytic acid. So due to that reason, that will not be available for our body. So what was our experimental concept concept was that you degrade that phytic acid, so calcium or magnesium will become in a free form. So that will actually have a accessibility or the availability. Definitely, most of the people are talking about the nutrition. Your question will be very nicely answered. Please pay attention till the last lecture by Usha Dharma.
Any more questions?
So for past 2 years, I'm completely on millets diet, except occasionally when I can't get it. So I cook all the millets in all traditional dishes. So is it better to cook in our traditional way or use these products available in the market, which is more beneficial?
Definitely, I have a question for the director. Actually, when we had last month this millet related workshop, and one of these participants says that we eat millet product from the time we came to know they are lot of importance. They have, especially the diabetics people. With reference to the preparation, yes, definitely your household or a smaller scale, but then we will not get benefited as a food technology. We want the but processing equally, also diminishes some of the nutrients, removes lots of nutrients. Madam, ask me a very difficult question. Otherwise, I will be. This is for general interest from the students' point of view. You are interested in barnyard. Yes, sir. Yeah. I find that iron content is more in among the millets. Yeah. That iron content attracts more because our country there is a lot of problem with regard to hemoglobin, and particularly among our young. So do you think that this iron is available? Because this is a general question to madam also. Because bioavailability of this iron in the millets, how best it could be applied for overcoming malnutrition.
So we have to overcome that thing to find first. Exactly. Yeah. We can analyze that. Iron bioaccessibility can be analyzed. So then he also suggested the way we process the millet, we can reduce the phytic acid content of the anti-nutrients, and also fermentation or milling. I mean, the way you mill and germination. These techniques, which can be observed at home, also we can follow it at home. They can reduce it and make this iron more bioavailable. But we need to study that. And along with that, since this is non-heme iron, we need to focus on the promoters, co-consumption of ascorbic acid. That will only promote, so that will make it more ionizable. Iron which is soluble is ionizable. Only ionizable iron is absorbed.
And then just one more point actually, besides in the iron, phytic acid is low in iron. So that is actually and that's why I think that boil was one of the important components, because iron rich that has actually lost. Any question from this side?
Hello, sir. Consumption of millets interferes with thyroid function.
Don't have any conclusive evidence to say, because the disorders of thyroid metabolism, whether hypo or hyper, they are not exclusively diet related. So therefore, it is very premature to, write off millets or promote millets in that direction.
Just with relation to the consumption of millet, I would say that, yes, Narama also rightly pointing out. That is actually a very important question, because whether we should consume regularly or in a more long amount. So now it depends on how our microflora is again rejuvenating or developing. So that will actually determine. It is not only the 80 or 100 gram of occasionally eating, but then continuously eating and how we are actually digest, how that microflora actually helping us to digest, utilize those. No one has had it. Maybe somebody can take it, or they will be able to answer whether it is only the 80 to 100 gram or only one small side dish, part of the meal, or we should have a full. No one actually told whether we can have only the rice sambar or only the sambar. But then we are actually habituated with this practice, and in that practice only this product or this food product became commercial. And millet got serious. We try to forget the millet, we try to forget our gut microbiome. Any other question? On this side, no one has asked. Paying attention on this one, either you have come this side or has a lecture. I have a question. No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of dietary components in gut microbial composition and their health benefits, and also in highlighting the research which is going on in the CFTRI with relation to development of probiotics. So any students interested can contact sir, and now I request Dr. Ravisha sir and then Professor Asna ma'am to present the token of gratitude to our speaker. Thank you, sir. So now we'll move on to the next technical session, which is held by Dr. Asna Uraj. She is currently working as a chairperson in the Department of Food Science and Nutrition, University of Mysore. She has guided more than 20 PhD students and has published 214 publications in both national and international journals. And she has been awarded with many awards. To name few, UGC FRPS Mid-Career Award Grant in 2021, Dr. Rajammal P. Devdas Memorial Award for outstanding contributions in the field of applied nutritional sciences. Academician Award by Nutritionist Republic for highest publications by a nutritionist. Professor G.S. Baines Lifetime Achievement Award for credible achievement in the area of nutrition, and then Young Scientist Award by Indian Dietetic Association. So now I call upon Dr. Asna Urajman to occupy the dais. Before starting the next technical session, I request all the participants to break for the refreshments. So we all will assemble by 11:40. Thank you.
economic strata. Millets definitely naturally are gluten-free. You don't have to adopt any technology, and because of that, they are non-allergenic also. However, there are several challenges in cultivation and in utilization. That is where we, as professionals of food science and nutrition, have to tell the common man what are the different ways of processing, how we can overcome and make it utilizable in our daily diet. There are some special features, especially their beneficial uses, and health consciousness of the consumer has been the major driver why we are revisiting millets again from various perspectives. So a quick look, I'll not give much time to this, but however, these are the various sources, and you can see the carbohydrate almost like, average is about 70 with the exception of Prosol millet, 55 to 70, and barnyard millet also is a little lower in carbohydrate. However, the other components are quite high. The ones which are high are highlighted. Pearl millet, protein content is high, fat content is high. Foxtail again, it follows after pearl millet, little millet, and then teff is one more. And comparison with teff, though teff is not a millet. Then fat content, we have almost like all of them have approx average of about 4 to 5% fiber, ash, energy, etc. So coming to the mineral composition, we can see that pearl millet is rich in potassium and even iron. Finger millet is rich in calcium, as we all know. Little millet in zinc content is higher, and also the iron content. But one question is, how are we to utilize this and make it more bioavailable? So we cannot consume any of the plant product, or for that matter, even the animal product. Any food has to undergo some processing from the farm to the fork or to your plate. So some processing. So what are the various processing methods? In general, technology has come handy to make the millets more in edible form. We can convert them into the flour form, we can sprout them, we can roast them, we can pop them, and now we are getting salted RT grains, and the flour can be used in the making of porridges. We can even ferment some of the millets. Not all of them are fermentable. Then they can be converted into grits also, like semolina. So the various technologies or the processing methods which are applicable for various millets are decortication or dehulling. Then you can mill them to different size. Then you can puff and pop, and you can even make flaked millets. Then you can subject to malting, and you can even ferment them. So each one has got their advantages. Especially, it will lower the anti-nutrient content. That is the major, hindrance why millets are not so popular. So we can utilize many of these domestic level. At the domestic level, we can utilize these processing methods, and we can reduce the anti-nutrient content and thereby get benefits out of millet consumption. So the utilization of minor millets in India, you can see that in the form of like finger millet is generally like roti and ambli. Roti, as we all know, is unleavened bread, and this is thin porridge. And sangati, that is in different states it is used, it is called differently. So that is nothing but a stiff porridge. What is the raw material which is used? Like it is flour. Again, you can see that it is normally in the flour form only it is used. We don't find the other forms, millets used in other forms in the making of various food products. So what is essential is to maximize their nutritional value. We have to make the processes easier, and whatever nutrients are lacking in the regular diet, in the staple diet, we can add some of the millets and to improve the nutritive value. Then we can develop good profitable uses for millets, and there is therefore a need to establish processing facilities, particularly important for which is very vital to the future of local cereal farming, especially in dry regions. And this is how you can meet the demand for pre-processed and convenience foods. So let's look into the health benefits of millets. There are several health benefits. However, I have tried to condense them in a simpler form. Many of these plant sources, they do have polyphenols. All of the plant foods do contain polyphenols, but here there are different types of phenols present in various, millets. We have bound phenols in the, order Podo millet, next foxtail, little millet, pearl millet, and finger millet, and phenolic acids, flavonoids, and phytic acids. By virtue of presence of this, they exhibit this nutraceutical property like antioxidant, anti-obesity, anti-diabetic, anti-mutagenic, etc. However, a word of caution, just by consumption of a little amount of the millet, we cannot say that we will never develop diabetes. There are many other factors. So they do have this, however, conditions apply for that. Then phytosterols, which are present in finger millet, the amount is mentioned here, it's about 0.149% per gram. Phytosterol content of sorghum is also about 0.5 mg. So what is the benefit of consuming sorghum is because of the presence of phytosterol, it will exert hypercholesterolemic effect, and thereby it can reduce the risk of heart disease. And there are special types of sugars in them, arabinoxylans, which is composed of xylose and arabinose, and which is inherent in the dietary fiber. This also exhibits hypercholesterolemic effect, and it also contributes as a prebiotic to the diet. So let's see some of the beneficial effects on diseases. Like in cataractogenesis, finger millet polyphenols have been studied. They have identified the components, that is gallic acid, protocatachic acid, hydroxybenzoic acid, etc., and even syringic acid. They have all found to inhibit cataract. This is in animal studies. Then, especially the mechanism of action is that it inhibits exhibits its action through inhibiting the key enzyme in the polyol pathway, that is ALA. It will inhibit the enzyme aldose reductase. So then it also has been reported that several millets have got wound healing and nerve growth factor. They promote this. And one of the study conducted in diabetic rats, where they fed about 50 grams of millet per 100 grams of the diet for about 4 weeks. If they were feeding about, if the diet contained other other cereals, but in that 50 grams was exclusively finger millet. And this improved the healing process. The mechanism was it promoted the synthesis of collagen, and NGF antioxidant status was elevated, and even the vasorelaxation was supposed to improve, and that had an impact on blood pressure. So many of the millets have been exhibited to have high antioxidant benefits, which again has a role to be used, especially in preventing aging and also in cardiovascular diseases. Similarly, even in case of cancer, the lignans present in millets have been promoted because they have in the intestine, the intestinal flora can convert the lignans found in the plant to the mammalian lignans, and which in turn act against different types of hormone-dependent cancers. So still a lot of work is necessary, but it is very, very encouraging that in case of breast cancer, they have found that consumption of lignans can reduce the occurrence of cancer or the progression of hormone-dependent cancer like breast cancer. Then in wheezing and asthma, that is the respiratory diseases, there also intake of pearl millet has been shown to improve the respiratory health. And in case of menopause, this is of interest to women. Regular consumption of millet is supposed to be beneficial for postmenopausal women who suffer from various signs of CVD or high blood pressure and high cholesterol levels. Then in celiac disease, that is because of it being gluten-free. Then in the case of aging, and there are several other benefits besides antimicrobial. I think Dr. Prakash Alami has extensively highlighted about the antimicrobial activity of the millets. However, I would like to emphasize a little on the millets and diabetes. There's one study conducted by Singh et al., wherein what they did was they tried to study the effect of millet-based functional foods, that is kind of this kind of a diet, on the coronary risk factors among subjects with diabetes. So this was a single-arm study, and they obtained the data from hospital registry. So though it had a smaller number of subjects, but yet the observations are very interesting. So what was the objective was to study the effect of millet-based functional food or coronary risk factor in type 2 diabetic subjects. So this kind of a functional food was provided for about 12 weeks to these patients, which was composed of millets, soybean, brown rice, peanuts, and flaxseed in these ratios. So what was the outcome? The major outcome, incidentally, they found that among females, there was an increase in hemoglobin, calcium, and magnesium among these 60 patients. Now, the most important observation they found after 12 weeks was that there was a reduction in postprandial blood glucose level and HbA1c and the triglycerides, and the lipid profile also improved. There was an improvement in the pro-inflammatory cytokines, especially as measured by CRP, TNF-alpha, and interleukin-6. The blood pressures, both systolic and diastolic, also improved. That means it reduced. And there was a P-bars, MDA, and all, which are all indicators of oxidative stress, also found to be decreased. So that is one of the advantage. So in the context of diabetes, all millets have been extensively studied. Finger millet has been studied extensively, and pearl millet is the other one. And however, a combination of millets is always recommended, as you can see in the next, this one. So as I was telling, like the plant lignans needs to be converted to intestinal bacteria, and this is what has been promoted, especially in hormone-dependent breast cancer. Lignans are supposed to prevent or reduce hormone-dependent breast cancer or prostate cancer in men, and thereby exhibit its beneficial effect in curtailing atherosclerosis or managing diabetes and improving preventing the onset of osteoporosis or reducing the inflammation and improving the immune function. So millets and diabetes, yet one more cross-sectional study I'm sharing. Here, what they did was, it is a free living study. They enrolled diabetic subjects from 2 clinics in Pune and Maharashtra. They used a questionnaire just to find out what is their knowledge, were they aware, and what is the frequency of consumption, if at all they are consuming. Now, what they found was the subjects had very poor knowledge about the various millets which are available in India, except for millets, they were unaware. And they were even not aware that some of the millets have got beneficial effect, that is, they have medical nutrition. They are useful as medical nutrition therapy for diabetics, and they also have a glycemic index which is lower. Millet consumption was found to be independent of the socioeconomic status, and season consumption due to hot and cold food concept. Like, not everybody were consuming it throughout the entire year. Again, this hot and cold concept was one that was determining. And the commonly cultivated and consumed millets in this area, in Maharashtra, so let's move on now to understand, since I have called it as functional, So you try to understand what makes a food function. See, when you try and look into the Google or try to search for any information, you will come up with a plethora of information like functional foods, nutraceuticals, superfoods, so many concepts, terminologies we find. Now here I want to share International Food Information Council, I think, was the first one who gave us a definition saying that all foods are functional. That is why human beings are surviving since years, thousands and thousands of years, because food is functional, because it provides us energy, protein, and various other nutrients. But why are we identifying certain foods as functional and certain foods as not being functional? Is in the difference in the amount of consumption and the particular bioactive or that component which is present in certain foods, which is absent in other foods. So those foods and food components that provide health benefits beyond basic nutrition, beyond supporting life, beyond providing energy, they are going to provide some additional health benefits when they are consumed in a little higher quantity, not in very small quantity. Now, any food, our common rice also is functional, wheat can also be functional, but you have to identify what is that component and what is the therapeutic effect it has. So any food can be can serve as a functional food, or a food can be modified, or any food ingredient also can serve as a functional food. It should provide some structural benefit, or there must be some functional or health benefit. It should promote optimal health, and of course, it should improve longevity and the quality of life. So these are the characteristics of any food to be categorized as functional food. In principle, functional foods are broadly classified into 4 categories: the conventional food, the modified foods, foods for special dietary use, and medical foods. These are the 4 prominent categories of functional foods. Now, because of the presence of phytochemicals, a food becomes more functional, or its functionality enhances, because they contain certain nutrients and health-promoting non-nutrients like lignan. Lignan is not a nutrient; it does not provide us any other kind of benefit. But however, it has got some role in the prevention or in the slow progression of hormone-dependent cancers like prostate or breast cancer. And these phytochemicals, they are present in cereals and in all plant-based foods. And the functional foods can range from cereal-based foods to bars enriched, that is energy bars, which are enriched with folic acid or various other micronutrients, etc. Or your tomato also can be improved because of, like, you can use some new methods of cultivation and improve the lycopene content of tomato, and then that becomes functional because owing to the higher content of lycopene in that, or the catechins present in the green tea. That is why green tea is termed as a functional food. Then often a food is termed functional because it contains a high amount of the phytochemicals. Like if it has catechins, as I quoted, example is green tea, indoles or pectins or saponins, lycopene in the tomato, and beta-glucan in barley. So these are the specific effect on human health, and on the other side, you see the bioactive responsible for it. So if any food has to be promoted as antioxidant, it should have polyphenols or flavonoids and vitamin C, E, or gallic acid, because it is these bioactives which are responsible for the antioxidant activity. Whereas the phenolics are the ones which exhibit the antimicrobial property. Similarly, flavones and anthocyanins, the cardioprotective effect or the antithrombotic. Lipid lowering is attributed to saponins and the presence of soluble dietary fiber. And again, the presence of soluble dietary fiber, beta-glucans, and various phytochemicals exhibit anti-hyperglycemic effect, and so on and so forth. The same thing is listed here. So coming to the research, like what is required? What should people, academicians or researchers should focus on and help the common man is research should be need-based. Just because somebody has done something, I replace the ingredient and, try something else. So it should be need based on the requirement of the common man or a particular target group. And you should screen the ingredient in terms of the form and the level. Then you have to screen the physicochemical characteristics, look into the acceptability and tolerance, screen for the functionality using preclinical approaches like in vitro, ex vivo, and in vivo, that is animal studies, before you proceed to conduct clinical studies. We need to identify what is the biological function of that particular functional food or the nutraceutical, and then how useful will it be at what stage in the development of a disease? Can it be promoted as preventive or in the secondary management of certain diseases? So there are several opportunities for millets to be used as functional ingredients. So this is the area is very open. However, we should include this on the scientific basis. You must select a millet for investigation on the basis of the source, the chemistry, the process technology, the efficacy, and also on safety, and not to forget the regulatory aspects. So in the next few minutes, I will try and share what is the work we have carried out on millets. By and large, the major aim of my group has been to identify potential functional ingredients, study their techno-functional properties, then nutrient bioavailability. Now, in one of the slides, barnyard was shown to have very high iron content. Somebody asked also, like, we cannot blindly include barnyard or promote consumption of barnyard unless and until you have evidence saying that it has got higher bioavailability. So otherwise it will not prove useful. So therefore you have to study nutrient bioavailability. And then what is the biological response to that functional food and the ingredients? We have also used many processing methods to study their impact on functional properties. And this is finally, all this is essential to understand the mechanism of action, how it can be facilitated to be used in functional food formulation. So I'm going to share some data on finger millet, foxtail, pearl, then this great millet and little millet we have studied in our laboratory. So these are the various aspects, parameters we have analyzed. Of course, nutrient composition is very essential, and then dietary fiber, which includes both iron soluble and iron soluble. Then various functional properties. To what extent does the starch get gelatinized? And then we have studied the starch profile, in vitro digestibility of starch, protein, etc., using simulated controlled hydrolysis. And we have also used infant digestion model. Why it is essential is most of the millets, especially finger millet, is we are aware that it is one of the major common ingredient used in weaning foods, the first food, right, infant foods. If you are wanting to promote other millets, you should use a digestion model which is similar to that of an infant, because infant model, I mean, the gut of an infant is not similar to that of a grown-up adult. So that is why you cannot use the general digestion models. You have to use this infant digestion model. And then we have studied the glycemic response and calculated the glycemic index. And we've also used other in vitro methods to arrive at hydrolysis index and predicted GI, the antioxidant profile, the alpha amylase activity, and of course the mineral bioaccessibility. And we have used certain physical techniques like X-ray diffraction and SEM, scanning electron microscopy, to see the changes in the structure of starch after they have been subjected to various processing methods. So various products are disease-specific functional products, enteral feeds, breakfast foods, dumplings. You know, ragi is very popularly used in the making of dumplings, what we call them as mudde. Then weaning foods, then various snacks. We have tried making fried and baked snacks, nutri-bars, pizza bases, and the effect of processing like germination, popping, roasting, and milling these some millets into various fractions. We have analyzed some of these aspects in these milled fractions of some millets. We have analyzed the in vitro digestibility, protein and starch digestibility. So first of all, let me share the studies on finger millet. What made me develop an interest in investigating finger millet? I just want to share my experience. Several years ago, or even now, there is a general conception that finger millet will reduce, is very good for people who are diabetic, especially type 2 diabetic. Now, this was the time when I had started my research, maybe 89. At that time, whomever I met, because I had planned a study to conduct, to evaluate the glycemic responses of the Indian traditional foods and find out their glycemic index. So I was meeting many clinicians, and everybody would say that, you recommend ragi. I said, what is the basis? Because as a science students, it is the science you have to look, you have to find some evidence. I never found one study also in the literature which had any data which said that it will lower the blood glucose responses when consumed by diabetic individuals. So what was the assumption is that finger millet, because it has got fiber in it, it is going to lower the glycemic response, and therefore people used to be asked, or rather directed, not to give up rice and eat only ragi. Now, food habits die hard. Like, our habits die hard. We can't suddenly change our habit from what you were eating yesterday. And when it is imposed on you, it becomes even more difficult. The fact that a person has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes itself, it will take a little time for that person, for that, diagnosis to sink in, and he has to come to terms with that. And then the second thing is, like, if there are impositions on your food, what to be consumed and what not. So we South Indians, we do love rice. So that set me like, let me investigate, what is it which is, what is that component, or what is that nutritional attribute in finger millet or ragi which is being promoted? So that is how I started studying the starch digestibility of various millets and compared them with wheat and rice. And I was really surprised and shocked, I should say, when we found that this highest starch digestibility was in ragi. That's again, you might be wondering why. That is because the amylose content is low in ragi. Amylopectin, it is rich in amylopectin. Amylopectin being a branched, molecule, there is a better access of the enzyme on this substrate, and therefore it gets digested faster. And coming to the fiber content, we say that it's high. But as a nutritionist, you must know that it is the soluble dietary fiber which endows a slow releasing property than insoluble fiber. And there was no special bioactive which was inhibiting any of these enteric enzymes. So, however, later what we realized, what we did was, when you mix it, when you make it a two cereal, I mean a millet and a cereal or some other pulse along with that, you can, reduce the digestibility and thereby the glycemic index can be reduced. So in that context, I'm just sharing this information. Now here you can see there are many we have done. I have done rather for my PhD, but later also many of my students have followed this work. But here I want to share this. Roti is made out of ragi and what is that? Yeah, this is rice roti and this is ragi roti. Okay, so what we found was, this is the work. Okay, this is ragi dosa, and this is the regular dosa. So this is the ragi dumpling, and this was made out of mixed cereal and ragi dumpling. So what you find here is that the products made out of ragi did not have a very low starch digestibility index. So here you can see that what we analyzed was resistance starch. This green area shows the resistant starch, and the red area is the slowly digestible starch, and this is the rapidly digestible starch. So here in the single cereals and their mixtures, what we did was we compared rice, ragi, jowar, and wheat. To what extent was the nutritional important starch fractions in single cereals and their mixtures. So here you see that in rice, in ragi, the highest amount was rapidly digestible starch, followed by rice and then wheat and then jowar. But when we mixed rice with ragi, rice with jowar, rice with wheat, we could see that we could bring down the rapidly digestible starch. So that is, it is in our hands how you can mix and make a product. So we made rotis out of this, and in three cereal, mixture of three ingredients, rice, ragi, jowar, then rice, ragi and wheat, rice, jowar and wheat, we could still bring down the rapidly digestible starch and increase the resistance starch. So you can actually fine tune this. So we can select the ingredient, mix it with various others which have that starch lowering ability. So this, what we found was rapidly digestible starch was higher in finger millet. It decreased on addition of two or more cereals or a millet. And here also you can see that the starch digestibility index in ragi-based preparations was similar or higher than wheat or rice-based. So there was no special, this one, what we did not find any, striking results. Then we incorporated these and the cereal pulse incorporation on carbohydrate profile and starch digestibility in ragi dumpling. Because in Karnataka, we consume finger millet in the form of dumpling. And again, what happens is, if you recall how you make a dumpling, ragi mudde, water boiling, you add that, you allow the starch to be completely gelatinized. So when the starch is completely gelatinized, definitely it will be accessible to the enzyme action. So then where is it, where is the, you're not using any special technique to lower the glycemic response. So what we found was we prepared dumplings with various ingredients, exclusively sorghum, wheat, etc. But then we mixed sorghum, wheat, black gram, fenugreek we used. We analyzed all of them. Now here, this will give you an idea. Only dumpling made out of ragi gave a starch digestibility index of 73.7. When we mixed in equal proportion Ragi flour and jowar flour, it reduced from 73 to 44. Ragi and wheat flour, 43.9. We added urad dal, that is the black gram dal. It was about 62. Then we replaced jowar and added wheat and made the dumpling. It was around 57.7, or then 4 mixtures, because fenugreek we added later as the 4th ingredient. We found that addition of fenugreek or methi, what is commonly known as, reduce the starch digestibility index of dumpling prepared using 4 ingredients compared to preparing the dumpling only out of ragi. So this is what, as nutritionists, we need to work and provide information and guide the common man. So this again, one more work where we conducted glycemic responses in type 2 diabetic subjects, feeding them ragi roti with chutney, rice roti, ragi dumpling, and jowar dumpling. So you can see the glycemic index is not very different, more or less, ragi roti and rice roti similar, ragi dumpling and jowar dumpling are similar. So we can lower this glycemic index by using other ingredients also in the preparation of ragi, the dumpling. So this is yet one more study where we have studied the starch digestibility index of roti, dosa, dumpling, and puttu made out of ragi, rice, wheat, jowar, etc. Again, we found similar results that, except in the form of the roti, the digestibility of ragi was little lower. However, in the form of dosa or dumpling, it was similar to that of other cereal. So the highlight of that is the rate of starch hydrolysis and glucose release were affected by the degree of gelatinization. The ingredients, what you have used, and the accompaniment. Please remember, we don't eat rice or roti or dosa alone. We eat it with an accompaniment. Whether that is potato based or is it chutney or is it dal based, that matters. Then the scanning electron microscopy revealed a complete disintegration of starch structure in the dumpling, and this could be related because we achieved 100% gelatinization in the starch of ragi when it was cooked and made into a dumpling. And what is unique and what is very attractive from this research, what we learned was that we can modulate the starch digestibility by blending with various pulse and fenugreek. So if a person is in the habit of eating dumpling and he happens to be a diabetic, what is the message we tell him? We have to tell him you can continue eating mudde or dumpling. However, you include urad dal and fenugreek. In what combination, in what percentage? That is very important. We have to tell them so they can continue to eat whatever is their food, which is habitually consumed. And the other thing what we found was that ragi starch is high in amylopectin. It has higher insoluble dietary fiber, and because of the higher amylopectin, it was attaining higher degree of gelatinization. So the take-home message is that use mixed cereals or pulses to lower the starch digestibility and glycemic response in traditional foods. We have also studied the antioxidant and antimicrobial effect of polyphenols of finger millet, and what we found was the phenolic acids from finger millet milled fractions exhibited differing capacity of antioxidant and antimicrobial properties, and polyphenols were found to be responsible for the microbial activity of the millet. Then on pearl millet, we used 2 different varieties. These are the 2 varieties of pearl millet we used, and we have milled them into 2 fractions, semi-refined and bran-rich fraction. They were used in the making of various products, and these are the various processing effects we have studied in these 2 pearl millet varieties, and these are the parameters we have analyzed. To present just a gist of that, impact of various milling techniques, what we found was there was a variation in the nutrient composition in raw and processed pearl millet. Semi-refined flour and bran-rich flour, there was a difference in the fat, ash, and anti-nutrients. The profile was comparable to the whole flour. Bran-rich fraction had higher antioxidant activity, and milling decreased iron content, and further on heat treatment, there was a decrease in the iron content. And when we subjected it to different processing conditions, the highlight what we found was anti-nutrient profile could be decreased because of subjecting them to various processing like germination, etc. Heat treatment and germination reduced the proteins, fat, and ash content. Mineral bioaccessibility was influenced by wet and dry heat treatments. And among the various cooking methods which generally are used at domestic level, pressure cooking, boiling, and roasting increased the bioaccessibility of iron and calcium, and germination also improved the iron and calcium bioaccessibility. And in case of starch, like we extracted and isolated the starch, and then we saw the swelling power, and this is all the technical aspects. And the last one is the rapidly digestible starch and slowly digestible starch. We found it to be lower than cornstarch, and the pearl millet contained reasonably higher amount of resistant starch and total starch. So milling, roasting, and germination improved protein digestibility, and we were successful in incorporating pearl millet or completely, and this improved the iron, calcium, phosphorus content in various food preparations like dosa, roti, and puttu. We also made some baked products and some sweet, savories. And overall, we found that there is value addition. And another thing is these products can be promoted for people who have inflammatory problems. So because they are gluten free. So moving on, we used foxtail. We prepared these regular, general traditional products, and we again analyzed all these aspects, which are routine nutritional analysis, which is used. So here you can see this is the regular idli, and when foxtail was incorporated and we made idli, we found that there was a lowering in the starch digestibility index. Similarly, in dosa also we find that there is a lowering in the SDI and chapati and upma. So what we get to understand is that we can use foxtail and incorporate them in the traditional breakfast foods in order to lower the starch digestibility. Then we also made appam and chapati with variations, and combination we used, and we estimated the glycemic index. The various millets studied for preparation of appam and chapati were foxtail, little millet, and finger millet. Again, we found that replacing part of the cereals with foxtail or little millet and finger millet could reduce the starch digestibility. So we've also studied the unfermented appam. This is again one traditional breakfast used in coastal region. We found that we can use these millets in the making of these traditional appam. It is called as kailoli. Those who are from the coastal region, that is Mangalore side, will be familiar with this. Then this was another work wherein we used finger millet, pearl millet, and little millet, subjected it to popping, and then prepared some Nutri-bars. So we found that we can use them successfully in the making of Nutri-bars. These two, the popped pearl millet, could be used, and we could store them at room temperature and refrigerated temperature, and they were subjected to evaluation, and we found that pop flours absorb more oil than raw flours, and the functional properties varied. Popping, because there is an expansion in the endosperm to form a spongy starch matrix, and this is what increases the total starch and increase in protein content. So popping can, pearl millet can be subjected to popping in the making of Nutri-bars, which were found to be more acceptable. Then we also have prepared weaning foods. We've used pearl millet, finger millet in combination with cereals and other pulses. We have analyzed the nutrient profile, digestibility, etc. in these weaning foods. And we have tried to study the pattern of digestibility, like, how digestible it is important. Remember, I mentioned that the infant digestion system is different compared to that of an adult. Therefore, it has to be investigated. And we used bajra here. And prolamines we found to be the major fractions which are responsible for celiac disease, and the malted and unmalted varieties led to a similar concentration of prolamines, indicating that processing will have no effect on the prolamine type of proteins. So this is the model, infant digestion model. I'll not go into the detail of this, but however, you should be aware. Then another area where we have tried using millets is for in the diets of children with identified or diagnosed with autism. So here, a different type of behavior. And as a result of that, they don't accept, there is no diversity in their diet. If they like a few foods, 2 or 3, they will continuously accept only that. If you introduce a 4th new item, they will not accept it. So we did one study on that, one of my PhD student. So in this, I just want to share with you that the kind of diet which is promoted for children with autism is gluten-free and casein-free. But when you make it gluten-free, that means no wheat and wheat products, and casein-free, no milk and milk products. First of all, their intake is very restricted and there is no diet diversity. When you restrict the protein coming from milk, obviously, their growth and development will be affected. So what we did was, there is in the market, one brand is available called as Fortify. We use that. It's a multi-millet composite flour, and we saw how suitable it will be in the making of cookies or biscuits or bread, cake, which children will definitely like. And we did a small intervention study, and we found that these children, the mothers were very happy. They said, like, we are very happy that our children are accepting these foods. So this is how we can introduce diet diversity, especially in children who are diagnosed with autism. So what I would like to say at the end is, it is not just coming up with some kind of a combination and giving a recipe or improvising. What is important as a nutritionist or as a scientist or as a science investigator, we should know the mechanism of action. At what site is it going to? If we promote anything as anti-hyperglycemic, how is it doing? At what level is it? So we have tried to find out, especially in case of diabetes, it should have a slow release effect called as lentate. It should inhibit glucose adsorption. Then it should inhibit enteric enzymes, and it should also have high soluble dietary fiber content. Only then you will find these. Then in case of cardiovascular diseases, if you are going to promote any food for that matter as functional, it should inhibit the key enzyme HMG-CoA reductase, which has been one of the area of Vanita. That was, I think, the main aspect of her PhD work. And it should bind the bile acids, and it also should exhibit antioxidant activity. In order to promote any food as functional for use by celiac patients, it should be gluten-free and it should be anti-inflammatory. Then in general health foods, it should be high in these, and especially infant foods, it should have easier digestibility, it should have higher amylase activity, and it should have a easily digestible starch profile, because in infants, we expect foods to be highly digestible. So when any functional food, how it passes through in the gut matters a lot. And at the same time, it should serve as a prebiotic in order to promote the various healthy microorganisms in our gut. So at the end, I would just want to spend 2 minutes on this International Year of Millets, IYOM. The resolution has been adopted by the UN General Assembly on this date to declare 2023 as the International Year of Millets. So these are the 7 sutras or themes which are promoted by this. It is to enhance the production and productivity, to arrive at value addition by processing and recipe development, and to improve entrepreneurship by promoting startups and startup centers. Then to focus on nutrition and health benefits, create awareness and reach out to those who are not aware about millets, especially international outreach. And then ultimately every country will have to bring in some policy intervention to promote millets. So overall, we now have in India about 500 startups, especially in millet value chain. And Indian Institute of Millet Research, situated in Hyderabad, is the one which has incubated at least 250 startups out of these 500. Even in CFTRI, we have the startup facility. And this is the amount which has been dispersed to about 66 startups. And further, many more are being funded. And we have a lot of startups which are spread across the entire value chain of millets, which are focusing on primary processing methods and also in the preparation of ready-to-eat and convenience foods like breakfast cereals, millet coffee, pizza flours, etc. So the way forward is we need to produce drier grains and so that they are edible and they are digestible. And drier grains is not in the stage of cultivation, in the stage of harvesting and post-harvest management. Okay. Then food safety cooking, we have to find out which are the safer methods in order to inactivate the natural toxins, especially the trypsin inhibitors, and also prevent bacterial growth and food spoilage in the millets. Then promote their improve their organoleptic properties by using various methods of technology to improve the taste and texture of foods so that we can meet the needs of the consumer, and also come up with developing ready to eat convenience food so that we can recommend some quick and easy solutions. So the prospects for millet based functional foods, like, it starts this way, like, these are the stages. You should have some evidence. Okay, we find by observation, we see that some population or in some area, you find people consuming particularly that particular millet, which can be minor or major millet. And however, we have limited studies. We need to conduct more intensive studies to accumulate nutrition epidemiology evidence. And this will be subjected to critical evaluation. So we have to understand the nutrient interactions. Then this gives us scope for further work. Then we have to characterize the functional components, exploit the identified functional component, and then find out the cause and effect relationship by conducting bioavailability and animal studies and long-term feeding trials. And this will give us stronger evidence that this is the effective dose in which it can exhibit the therapeutic effect. So this is the scientific basis for establishing functional foods. You need to identify the food and its function, find out the mechanism for the functional effect, and then this will pave the way for arriving at hypothesis based on which we can conduct various researches in various disease population. Okay, so we need to create public awareness, and we must find technological solutions, and especially in the infant weaning food sector, there is unlimited potential. So it is for us to, come up with some solutions. So to conclude, I would say that a three-pronged approach is required from basic and applied research, industry, which can be promoted, which we can share the information with the industry, not to forget the regulatory framework. Only then can we come up with functional foods to improve the public health. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience?
We need to assimilate, to digest the millets. Then it should be, the information should be bioaccessible and then bioavailable to your brain cells. It should be transmitted next as a question.
One question, madam.
Yes.
Should we use ragi or not to use ragi?
No, I see, I cannot tell you to use or not to use. In what context you are asking is important.
No, for so many years people are using ragi.
Yeah, you can continue to use, but especially for diabetics, using only ragi is not beneficial. That is what the reason I said. Like, let there be diversity in your diet. Let all your 3 meals not be ragi based. Okay, if you are in the habit of making dumpling, that is then eating, no, instead you mix, use multi-cereals and mix a millet in that, finger millet along with barley or wheat and urad dal and fenugreek. This kind of a mixture will lower and it will slow down the rate of digestion and absorption. So that way it will not cause hyperglycemia.
One thing I will find it they always focus on only one thing. So they are highlighting now amaranth and buckwheat and isn't it misleading the people that some people are consuming only them?
It is up to us how we, I think this kind of fora will help in disseminating the information, and we need to, give the information in terms of how you can use it. How should it be used? If I'm promoting amaranth, I should not be telling the audience that or the general population, leave whatever you are consuming so far and stick to only amaranth. No, definitely not.
That is what is happening now.
It's a trend. It's a trend, and also people like whatever fancies them, and if they can afford it, they think that is more in fashion, and they will follow it.
And some people will not.
Yes, that is true. Any questions? Yes. Not all millets are fermentable. Yes. Yeah, because it depends on the composition. Like, you have to optimize that fermentation for how many hours. You can't overnight. We experimented this. All the millets, like, we tried fermenting. Generally, we have this habit of overnight fermentation, like idli batter or dosa batter and all. It developed off flavors. So therefore, you cannot use it in the making of any product like dosa or idli. So you have to optimize. For example, if you have to make this dhokla, you don't ferment it overnight. It is only 4 to 6 hours because you are using a mixture of pulse flours there. Pulses you are using. So the components in pulse are different. You have oligosaccharides, verbascose, stachyose. These are the end products. Like when they get fermented, it will result in stachyose and verbascose, and that will have a very offensive flavor. You cannot. So you try extending the fermentation of this dhokla flour. The batter, it will be awful. So same way for millets also, we need to optimize. Is it 2-hour fermentation or 3 or 4 like that? We have to optimize and then arrive at the fermentation procedure. Okay. Not sensory flavors, oral acceptability of a product. If your idli is too sour, can you convince yourself, okay, it's sour, it has got a lot of health benefits and still devour it? You will not. Any product to be acceptable, it should fall in that quality parameters of a regular product. Idli means how it should be, or dosa or chapati for that matter.
One more question, ma'am. When the seed and the husk comes, most of the millets what we consume is a whole millet, like the ragi. Yeah, we do not dehusk it.
Dehusking is difficult for all the millets because they are very small seeds.
Right, but there is also note that there is a lot of silica content in the husk. So do you think that is going to?
That is again coming from contamination and how it is processed. So it is the post-harvest technology. So there we must have much better, safer, and more hygienic methods of treating them in order to eliminate and see that there will be lesser. We can make it silica free.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, germination reduced. We germinated some of the millets and we found that phytic acid reduced, and that improved the digestibility, especially protein digestibility, and even the bioaccessibility of minerals like calcium and iron are the two which we studied. So we found that when we fermented them or when we germinated, fermentation again was not applicable for all the millets. It was only selective and for a particular period of time only. But however, when they were germinated, we found that there is a drastic decrease in the phytic acid and the other anti-nutrients and the trypsin inhibitors, which in turn improve the iron and calcium bioavailability. No, but we don't have any scientific evidence to promote or not promote millets. I don't think so. Millets do not have any nitrogen, as far as my knowledge goes. It also depends on the geographical region, where it is grown for the cultivar to contain the particular nitrogen, which region it is grown and what is the soil health, that also matters. I mean, to promote it. Yeah, currently one of my students, Pratiksha, is here. We are trying to include millets in preparing some products and recommending it for, people affected with, renal disorders. So that we can bring in some diversity, and largely our focus is to bring down the inflammation. So there is a new concept called dietary inflammation index. So we're working on that. We're trying to see if we can include some millets and we can recommend them, then the inflammation can be reduced. Because if you see from the literature what I presented, some of the millets do have this anti-inflammatory. But in all these areas, it is still in infancy, I would say, the research.
So all these millets can be formed?
No, not all can.
So, like, anybody has, having questions, you can interact with ma'am during the lunchtime because we are running short of time for the next session. Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening us with millets and their health benefits, and also in terms of how millets can be exploited in the development of disease-specific functional foods. Now I request Dr. Aradhya sir and Vanitha ma'am to give token of to present token of love to the speaker. Thank you, Veena. Our last speaker of the session, Dr. Major Aradhya, Associate Professor, Department of Gastroenterology. Sir has completed his MD from Air Force Hospital, DNB Gastroenterology from St. John's. Sir is Medical Officer and Commando Instructor at Indian Army. Sir is a member of many editorial boards and associations, to name a few: Journal of Clinical and Experimental Hepatology, American College of Gastroenterology, and the list goes on. Since majority of us audience are students, in order to relate millets with health and nutrition, understanding physiology is very important. So based on our demand as well as our request, sir will be speaking on gastrointestinal metabolism, clinical manifestations, and also nutrition and gut-brain axis. Over to you, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. First of all, it's a nice topic. I congratulate the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics for introducing this. I think this should be made more, it should reach the other population also, not only to the students. I think there are many doubts which are there in the clinician's mind also. I think every patient comes and asks, what about millets? Can I use it? Being a gastroenterologist, hepatologist, I have many problems regarding non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is the most sought out disease management what we are doing nowadays. So every data is on diabetics, cholesterol, and CVDs. But what about NAFLD, which is coming up? I think, ma'am, if you can get into it also, that will be fine, ma'am. And I'll take you some off track. I'll not stand between your lunch and this. I'll be finishing it fast because these things are no need of taking out in the notes or photographs. These are not required. As they are there since 1970s, the physiology never changes, the digestion never changes. Only the newer knowledge is what we are speaking about. You heard in the previous speaker, that's the millets, which we didn't know earlier. So, as you know, GI tract is where hollow viscous tube. So where the food is digested, it passes through the esophagus and it is metabolized and the nutrients are absorbed into the and it is some of the food particles are stored and it also has some protective functions. This is a normal thing what happens in everybody's body. So what happens? What is the metabolism? How does the food gets absorbed? How does the food gets physiologically absorbed, and how does the motility happens? That we should know. The digestion it starts in the mouth only. The salivary glands which are present, they produce some amylase which helps in digestion of some polysaccharides. Later, the esophagus there is no absorption. Only just it passes out. The food passes through the esophageal motility. It comes into stomach. Stomach is the part where both digestion occurs, chemical as well as mechanical. Mechanical means the stomach contracts to break down the food particles as well as it forms the chyme, it forms the bolus. Like that, the larger food particles are broken down and along with that, some enzymes are secreted into the stomach. The pepsin enzymes are secreted, the hydrochloric acid is secreted in the stomach. It helps in the digestive part. Vitamin B, absorption, vitamin B12, the intrinsic factor is secreted. All this helps in the absorption. Later, whatever the bolus is formed, this happens over 1 to 4 hours. It is different for different food elements what we eat. For liquids, it is around 45 minutes. For fatty food, it may take up to 4 to 6 hours. This is the difference what happens in the stomach. Once this food is formed, whatever the bolus is formed, it is thrown out into the intestine. See, our gut is peculiar mitigative factors. Stomach has its own, and our gut, the small intestine and the large intestine have their own motility patterns. When the food comes, there is what is known as migratory motility complexes. These are the movements in the intestine. So once the food enters, here is the main digestion which occurs with the help of pancreatic juice as well as bile. They both are the extraintestinal organs which helps in the digestion. The small intestine, again, it has multiple parts, the first proximal, duodenum, jejunum, and the ileum. So majorly the absorption occurs in the duodenum and the first part of jejunum, some in the ileum. So pancreas, this releases some of the enzymes like trypsin, chymotrypsin, amylase. This helps in the digestion of carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Later is once this digestion occurs, whatever is left out, whatever is the formed food is there, that is thrown out to the large intestine, where the absorption is very less. It is only the absorption of water which occurs at the large intestine. And the feces is formed and it is expelled. So this is in a nutshell, what happens. When you take carbohydrates, what happens? The salivary amylase in the mouth starts the digestion. It breaks down dextrins and oligosaccharides. Later, once the food comes into the small intestine, the pancreatic amylase acts on these complex sugars to form lactose, maltose, and sucrose. Later, in the small intestine, around the villi, there are brush border enzymes. These enzymes break down into further galactose, glucose, and fructose, and these are absorbed by the capillaries around the villi, and they go back to the liver. Liver is the storage organ. Similarly, the protein also at a different stomach and small intestine, and from there it absorbs into amino acids, which are the last components, which are absorbed and stored in the liver. And fat, they are not absorbed. They should be emulsified. They should be soluble, made soluble through the help of the bile juice. That is the bile acids, fatty acids, lecithin. Once they are emulsified, they are acted upon by the pancreatic lipases. That produces monoglycerides and fatty acids, glycerol and fatty acids. Those are absorbed and stored in the liver. They form the triglycerides, the triacylglycerol, and stored in the liver. This is a normal cycle. So, in a nutshell, what you should know is where what is absorbed. Water is absorbed all through the gut. The other main things are the sugars, the fats, proteins, mainly in the proximal and distal duodenum, and also in the some part in the jejunum. Bile salts, vitamin B12 and chloride are absorbed in the lower intestine, that is in the ileum. So coming up to the most common disorders which we come across, one is the motor function, where the motility is not right. Second is the indigestion of the whatever the nutrients which comes. It may lead up to malabsorption syndrome. Other thing is bleeding into the digestive tract. Maybe some GI bleed, ulcer bleed or something. Or there may be a perforation in the bowel wall. That can cause rise to infection, sepsis. And the obstruction may be due to a tumor growth or maybe due to the larger stones in the bile duct which can cause this. The last one is the circulatory disorder, that is due to loss of vascular supply to the gut that can produce with some gut symptoms. Common symptoms are this: daily what we come across: vomiting, dyspepsia, constipation, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and GI bleed. Vomiting is just a forceful emptying of the stomach and intestinal contents. Directly it is triggered through the medullary centers. Probably it may be secondary to the sudden pain, abdominal trauma, which simulates the vomiting center and causes vomiting, or it may be a direct toxicity at the stomach. So other thing is the dyspepsia. Dyspepsia is the commonest complaint. Some people have abdominal pain, some have imperfect digestion, bloating, nausea. It occurs at different levels, maybe at esophagus, stomach, or duodenum. It may be due to many diseases like peptic ulcers, or gastritis, or GERD. Frequent, most common thing is non-ulcer dyspepsia, where we don't find the cause. There is no ulcer, nothing. It's just the symptomatology where there is functional element is much more commoner than the organic one. So what is diarrhea is the increase in frequency of stool or decrease in the stool consistency. That is more of liquid in the stool. It can be acute or chronic. Acute is less than 4 weeks. Chronic is more than 4 weeks. More diarrhea can cause dehydration, shock, weight loss. In bacterial infection, it may be associated with fever. Steatorrhea is commoner with malabsorption. What determines diarrhea? Why the diarrhea occurs? It may be due to the water volume, due to secreted out from the organs into the gut, or it is the presence of undigested and reabsorbable food components, or it is due to increased intestinal secretion. Whatever the food load, what is there, whatever if the osmotic load is more, the diarrhea may occur. This is a type of osmotic diarrhea, or it may be secreted diarrhea, or it may be due to difference in the peristalsis, which can lead to the bacterial overgrowth in the intestine and cause diarrhea. This is the example how diarrhea is there. This is the normal thing, what your gut does. Almost 10 liters of fluid enters into the small intestine. 6 liters is absorbed in the proximal intestine, 2.5 in the distal, and in the last colon it is around 1.4 liters. So only 100 ml is passed through the feces. This is the normal thing. But if there is any infection, if there is anything in the gut, if it is in the small intestine, almost 5.5 liters is excreted out. It's reabsorbed into the gut and it is excreted. And your colon can only absorb around 4 liters and 1.5 liter fluid loss is there. This is what happens in the if the small intestinal infection or motility disturbances happen. If it is the colon dysfunction, there around less fluid because less amount is reabsorbed. So around 500 ml may be lost. This is what happens in the diarrhea. Osmotic, as I have told, it is due to the osmotic load which causes the diarrhea. The peculiar thing is if the patients, if they have some diarrhea, if you tell him to be hungry, if you stop his oral intake, the diarrhea subsides. That is osmotic diarrhea. Commonest example is the lactase deficiency. It is not, it has a high osmotic activity, it binds water, so it increases the water output from the intestine. The other diarrhea is secretory. Secretory are basically infectious. They destroy the mucosal layer. So more fluid is secreted into the intestine and that causes the diarrhea. Small volume diarrhea, it's more basically the large bowel, that is the colonic diarrhea, where most common is the inflammatory bowel diseases like ulcerative colitis, which may present with small amount of stools, not like the earlier diarrheas, and they require evaluations in the treatment. So like that, you can differentiate and you can tell which organ is causing diarrhea. The other most frequent complaint is the constipation. It is associated with difficult emptying of the solid stool. What is constipation according to the definitions? Either straining with defecation at least 25% of the times, lumpy or hard stools at least 25% of the time, sensation of incomplete emptying, manual maneuvers like digital impaction, digital removal to facilitate stool evacuation, or fewer than three bowel movements per week. These are all may constitute constipation. This is due to the motility disturbance. Either there may be a slow transit constipation where the bowel movements are not up to the mark. The other thing is the damage which happens to the neuronal endings of the colonic wall. As commonly in the infants, it may occur in the agangliosis of the colon. Others are neurogenic disorders like stroke, Parkinson's, endocrine metabolic disorders like diabetes, weakened muscles of the abdomen like after surgeries, or it may be an inflamed hemorrhoids or something where there is pain. That's why the patient doesn't want to pass through. These are the commonest causes of constipation. Other thing is GI bleed. What I have told, it may be due to varices. The varices are the dilated veins which may bleed, commonly in the liver diseases. The gastritis. Gastritis is whatever the ulcer bleed in the stomach or the duodenum. And in the lower GI, it may be due to tumors or hemorrhoids commonly. The other thing is malabsorption syndrome. We should differentiate between maldigestion and malabsorption. Maldigestion is the failure of chemical process in digestion. That happens in the luminal thing. It is due to deficiency of enzymes like pancreatic enzymes or intestinal lactase deficiency. Pancreatic enzyme deficiency occurs in chronic pancreatitis. And also it may be due to inadequate secretion of the bile salts into the intestines. When these enzymes and bile salts are not there, the absorption cannot proceed. That causes maldigestion. As malabsorption is, whatever the nutrient is there, it is digested. But however, it doesn't pass through the intestinal wall. That is malabsorption. That is commonly due to the mucosal disruption. There may be due to surgery where there is some resection, or due to some vascular disorders, or due to mucosal diseases like Crohn's disease, it can happen. So it is more common after gastrectomy, chronic pancreatitis, or malabsorption of fat occurs in the liver or biliary tract diseases. This, if the bile salts are less, where the vitamins A, D, E, which are fat soluble, cannot be absorbed through the gut. I will not went through this celiac disease only because it in relation to millets and this. So more commonly with the protein food, the gluten foods, it can occur. It is due to the antibodies against the mucosal antibodies that it causes villus atrophy, that causes reduced absorption and diarrhea and cause stunted growth and weight loss, everything. So cereals have less protein, so they are better in these diseases. Some of the disorders commonest which we come across is dysphagia, where it may be due to some mechanical obstructions like tumor, or it may be extrinsic, maybe some tumor compressing from the outside. This is the esophageal diagram where it is dilated, maybe secondary to outside compression. Functional dysphagia, where you don't find anything in the duct, where there is no mechanical obstruction, it may be due to motility disturbance, it may be due in the center CNS cause may be found, it may be in multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ALS, that is motor neuron disease. Most commonest symptom is the GERD, which is the reflux symptoms, where the patient presents with heartburn. Everybody has this heartburn. Maybe it may be due to the lax esophagogastric junction, where the sphincter is not fat. So the acid which is secreted in the stomach, it regurgitates back to the esophagus, causing this reflux symptoms and heartburn. So usually they have coughing, vomiting. Some patients may develop secondary to this GRD, bronchial asthma like picture. So alcohols and this aerated drinks may increase these symptoms in patients. Peptic ulcers, it is the ulcers in the stomach and duodenum which can occur. There are two mechanisms. One is the defense, the other one is the offense mechanism. Most commonly in H. pylori infection, if it is there, commonest in India, around 70-80% of population have been affected due to the water source. Psychological stress, excessive alcohol, smoking, acute pancreatitis, COPDs, obesity, NSAIDs use, all this may cause gastric ulcer. Even ulcer, two types are there, gastric and duodenal. Duodenal ulcers, if you eat, the pain comes down. Gastric ulcer, it increases. That is the one easier way to find it out. The cause is increased acid will be there in the duodenal ulcer, whereas in gastric ulcer, the cause may be something different. This is the thing. There are something known as damaging forces and the defensive forces. Damaging forces are the acidity and the enzymes. Defensive are the surface mucus and the bicarbonates and the mucosal blood flow. Whenever there is injury secondary to H. pylori infection, NSAIDs, aspirin, smoking, alcohol, gastric hyperacidity, duodenal gastric reflux, or there may be a mucosal defensive changes where there is ischemia, shock, delayed gastric emptying, or host factors, it may lead to the ulcer. This is how the gastric ulcer happens, pathogenesis. The other diseases are inflammatory bowel disease, which mainly affects the small intestine and large colon, mainly to ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. This is due to the T cell defects. Abdominal emergencies may be accidental or non-accidental. Non-accidental are due to the inflammation like appendicitis, cholecystitis, where there is inflammation which can cause this pain. So, other thing is abdominal obstructions, intestinal obstructions, ileus, that may be due to mechanical obstruction, due to some growth or something where the abdomen is distended, patient is not able to pass plate as he comes with vomiting. These are the motility disturbances and also due to the growth, the mechanical disturbances which can happen. So I had some slides regarding nutrition, which I have taken it out because everything has been already covered. Only I am keeping on the fibers. Fibers, they are non-caloric. They can be cellulose, hemicellulose, pectin, gum, lignin, and mucilate. They are richly present in plant food substrates, poorly present in refined and commercial food products. They may be soluble or insoluble. Soluble dietary fiber, they decrease the cholesterol levels found in oat bran, fruits, veggies. Insoluble, they reduces the risk of colon cancers found in wheat bran and grains. Recommendation is around 25 to 40 grams per day. They act as roughage. They hold water, forms bulky feces, increases bowel movements, makes the process of defecation easier, and thus prevents constipation. They are helpful. They reduce risk of diverticulosis, colon cancers, varicose veins. They help in management of obesity also. Disadvantages, it binds with the trace elements and reduces their absorption. So decreased absorption of fat-soluble vitamins are also seen with fibers. This is my last few slides. It's on gut-brain axis. This is an important thing which is coming up. Although it was there 20 years back also, but how the gut modulates the brain. What we have seen is there is a connection between the brain, gut, and microbiota. The microbiota which is present in the gut. This influences our health. Chemicals which are released from the gut they influence the brain development. This is seen in the infants. So gut microbiota, almost around 1,000 species are there. Among them, bacteroids and firmicutes are predominant. They may get altered due to our nutrient absorption, like processed foods, chemicals added to the food, or use of antibiotics, probiotics, all this. The newer thing is the microbiota can cause diabetes. The gut microbiota, this is a study which has been done in, I think, UK. What they have seen is the change in microbiota over time may increase the risk of diabetes in the future. So microbiota is in the coming up field. This is what is gut-brain communications. Gut microbiota, which due to the change in food pattern, due to the inflammation, they may release some neurotransmitters. They may be serotonin, they may be short-chain fatty acids, which get into the blood, they cross the blood-brain barrier, and they act on the cortex as well as thalamus and the feeding center also. Thus, they modulate the feeding behavior of the person. And also, they change the shock response, and it can cause stress behavior in the patients. So this has shown that the gut microbiota modulation can cause depression, can cause various mood disorders. Similarly, if the brain can also act on the gut through the neurons, thus causing stress response. It's commonly seen with the functional bowel disorders like irritable bowel syndrome. So these are the neurotransmitters which are present. These are the GABA, norepinephrine, acetylcholine, serotonin. They act on different parts of the GIT. This is how the gut-brain axis acts. At the brain level, it acts on the appetite and energy homeostasis, emotionality and the mood, stress resilience and recovery, learning and memory, sensation and pain. All this been affected by the microbial cells, which are factors, gut hormones, cytokines, which are released through the gut. Similarly, the afferent pathway is the autonomic neurons as well as neuroendocrine factors. They act on the mucosal immunity. The short-chain fatty acids produce also effect on the central nervous system, control the appetite, they are also found to be anti-cancers, as well as they control the energy expenditure and also the gut motility. This is what has been coming up from the data from the microbiota. So it's a two-way connection. What's happening in the gut can also influence your brain function as well as behavior. Correct communication with the gut bacteria and the brain is important in order to have an adequate mental health. Diet is probably the most important strategy for maintaining a healthy gut-brain axis. Balanced diet will help in having a good functional gut-brain axis as well as good mood. Food we consume has a direct impact on our bacterial load in the gut as well as in our body. Changes in this axis caused by things like stress can lead to digestive conditions such as IBS, irritable bowel syndrome. Depression may benefit from eating a healthy diet. Habits such as a healthy diet definitely influence our moods. So take care with your diets and eat well. Thank you. So very presentation. So
any questions, we will take it out in the lunch hour because since we are running short of time. Thank you so much, sir, for elaborately presenting on physiology and GBA, though the time was very short. I request our coordinator to kindly present the token of gratitude to our speaker. I request all the students to give a huge round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. I request all the audience to kindly break for lunch and get back into the auditorium by 2 o'clock. And please do 1:45, sorry. Because we are running short of time and the inauguration starts exactly at 2 o'clock. Do not delay.
Shrikant.
Reason varam kila. In. Please present. Please.
I request all the students to please settle down. We will be beginning the inaugural anytime now. I got one more there into that. ಅದೆಲ್ಲನೂ next.
ಇದೇನಿಲ್ಲ
Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected dignitaries on the dais, I request the dignitaries to please occupy their seats on the dais, please. I request Vanita ma'am to kindly escort the dignitaries. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculty, students, and my dear friends. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, I take this pleasure to welcome you all for the official inaugural ceremony of the two-day National Symposium on Revisiting Millets for Food and Nutrition Security, Siridhanya Sukhadhanya, as part of the International Year of Millets 2023, sponsored by DST, Promotion of University Research and Scientific Excellence, DST PERS. We begin the event by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. I invite Priyanjana and Abhigna, BSc final year students, to render the invocation song.
Ganesha Shita Jana Posha Sarvesha Jaga Jana Raksha Shri Ganesha Shita Jana Posha Sarvesha Jaga Jana Raksha Bhakta Jana Paripala Dushta Jana Samhara Varaka Palayama Bhakta Jana Paripala Dushta Jana Samhara Jaga Jana Rakshaka Palayama Jai Ganesha Vara Vignesha Shanta Prakasha Anatha Raksha Jai Ganesha Vara Vignesha Shanta Prakasha Anatha Raksha Dina Jana Mandara Dhanava Samhara Dharani Palaka Palayama Dina Jana Mandara Dhanava Samhara Dharani Palaka Palayama Shri Ganesha Shita Jana Sarvesha Jaga Jana Raksha Bhakta Jana Paripala Dushta Jana Samhara Jaga Jana Rakshaka Palayama Om Ganesha Om Karesha Om Namo Varada Santosha Om Ganesha Om Karesha Om Namo Varada Santosha Suramuni Vandita Surajana Sevita Sarisi Janaba Palayama Suramuni Vandita Surajana Sevita Sarisi Janaba Palayama Shri Ganesha Shrita Jana Posha Sarvesha Jaga Jana Raksha Bhakta Jana Paripala Dushta Jana Samhara Jaga Jana Rakshaka Palayama Jaga Jana Rakshaka Palayama Jaga Jana Rakshaka Palayama.
Thank you, Priyanjana and Abhigna. Light dispels darkness and is the beginning of knowledge. I invite the dignitaries to kindly light the lamp and inaugurate this event. Please, sir. Thank you, Millets. I'd now invite Dr. Vanitha Reddy, Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to welcome the dignitaries.
Good afternoon, all. Seeking the divine blessings of His Holiness, Shri Jagadguru, Shri Shivaratri Desikendra Mahaswamiji, I welcome you all for the inaugural session of the two-day symposium on the revisiting millets for food and nutrition security, Siridhanya Sukadhanya, organized by Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS, AHER and DST, promotion of university research and scientific excellence. Millets have been an integral part of our diet for centuries, and in addition to a plethora of health benefits, millets are also good for environment with low water input and input requirement. So with the aim to create awareness and increase production and consumption of millets. So 2023 is being announced as the International Year of Millets. So to commemorate this, India has been conducting so many programs and events. As a part of that, the Press Symposium is organized. On this occasion, I would like to thank our JSS AHER officials, Pro-Chancellor, Vice-Chancellor, Registrar, and Dean Academics for giving us the opportunity to conduct the symposium. First and foremost, I would like to welcome Dr. Manjunath B, Registrar, JSS AHER, for accepting our invitation and taking time out of his busy schedule. Welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to welcome today's our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Kadar Wali, independent scientist, food and health expert, Mysuru, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Prashant Mishwana, Dean Research, JSS AHER, Mysore, in his absence due to some prior commitments he couldn't attend. So, and I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, Dean Academics, JSS AHER, to the symposium. Welcome, sir. I welcome Dr. Ravisha K, Dean Faculty of Life Sciences, JSS AHER, Mysore, for his cooperation and support in conducting the symposium. Welcome, sir. I welcome all our faculties of Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, both teaching and non-teaching, students of UG and PG of JSS AHER and other institutes to the symposium. Once again, I welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to welcome Dr. Vanitha Reddy, who is the coordinator of the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics and the organizing chairperson for this symposium. Welcome, ma'am. May I now request our Dean, Faculty of Life Sciences, Dr. Ravisha K, to give his opening remarks on this occasion. Please, sir.
Namaskara. Very good afternoon to everyone assembled here. At the outset, I invoke the blessings of His Holiness Swamiji for the success of today's event and also the success of this national symposium on revisiting millets for food and nutrition security. Siridhanya Sukadhanya. Friends, I think every one of us know the importance of millets by now, and India is literally pushing through this millets in the trying to push these millets and millet products in the world market. The ecosystem is extremely fine as of today because the whole world is looking at us for various solutions, and our traditional knowledge if it is scientifically validated, and then we can carry forward into the whole world, marketing and the aggressive marketing, probably we could reach the world. Why I'm saying this, because if you happen to see the food habits changes in our own Indian scenario, the food habits have changed considerably by importing some of the Western cultures, be it pizza or burgers, so on and so forth. Similarly, a lot of Chinese foods have invaded our culture. That's also because of their aggressive marketing or taste or acceptability of the people. See, it is essential, highly essential, that we need to look for recipes of millets, this being the International Year of Millets, look for developing recipes of our traditional foods, particularly the fermented foods, as we have learned from the morning lecture, that fermented foods may play an important role along with millets, which would probably pave way for a lot of generation employment and also gaining entry into the Western world. So, but the most important aspect is trying to develop recipes with testers and more possibly flavors would help go a long way. I feel that the Nutrition and Dietetics Department, which has a lot of experience in this regard, may play an important role, particularly our young minds, and take up this as challenge and see that the current ecosystem in the country is fully exploited for the improvement of economy of the country by trying to say very clearly that these are healthy foods, but it should be validated by science. And we can take up some of these projects to see that what we claim in our traditional systems, how valid it is from the point of view of science. So acceptability will be there. Automatically, people will move for healthy food and healthy diet. That would be a big contribution. I hope the discussions and deliberations that can take place during this 2 days would be of great value and will pave way for new vistas and research, and also in entrepreneurship in food science and nutrition. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I congratulate the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics for the organizing this event, which is highly meaningful, and the title of the symposium is also extremely fine. So it is necessary that we need to revisit our own, getting a crazy idea. See, ragi mudde is a well-known nutritive food of our own place. If we can add flavors and textures, modify it with the help of CFTRI, and we can take up some of these aspects, because CFTRI is good for that. Maybe we can develop small balls out of it. Maybe instead of gobi manchuri, we can make it ragi ball manchuri, or we can attract our own younger generation, which will be healthy food also. Why I'm saying this is, it is these acceptability that is literally invades into the market. That is Chinese food or Indian foods or Western foods. That's how our fermented foods like idli, dosa are little popular, gradually gaining popularity, has entered North Indian, maybe it will cross some of the important South Asian countries also. It is quite popular, but aggressive marketing is also necessary on these issues. Friends, I hope this symposium will be of great value for our young minds, and also I request particularly the students and the faculty to interact with the resource persons who are well known in their own fields of research and contributions. It will go a long way in shaping your career in food science and nutrition, or otherwise as an entrepreneur. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the need of bringing traditional millets back into focus and working to enhance their sensory properties for consumer acceptability. It's now time to honor and felicitate our chief guest for today, Dr. Khadar Walli, sir, Padma Shri awardee. I would kindly request the dignitaries, Registrar Sir Dr. Manjunath, Dean Academics, Dr. Vishal Kumar, sir, and Dean FLS, Dr. Ravisha, sir, to kindly felicitate. Thank you, sirs. I would now request our registrar, JSSCHER, Dr. Manjunath B. Sir, to deliver his presidential address to the gathering.
Taking the blessings of His Holiness, our chief guest, Kadarji, other dignitaries in the dais, in front of the dais, and my colleagues, and my dear students. We are blessed to have Kadarji sir here because we are all eager to listen to him. But one or two points which I would like to request you all is, I think it is your responsibility to remove some of the misconceptions regarding millets. So there is something like it is very expensive. You should look into the long run the advantages it has got, including the fiber content or the glycemic index. So many things which are there. Such message should be propagated among the public. So it is your duty and responsibility to see that it gets disseminated among the general public. This wrong conception should go. Second one, I think we have got our own Section 25 company, Sparkle City, but if you can think of starting your own company, you can do that. So there are a lot of encouragement from MSME, Government of India, Ministry of Small and Medium Micro Industries. So including my relative in my village, my mother's village, they started in a small way, now it is grown in a very big manner. So you should always think out of the box, as Ravisha was thinking, sir was mentioning, and you can definitely develop new concepts. Apart from your curriculum and other things, these things are very important. A lot of emphasis is given on such areas. So, looking into the list of guest speakers, I could see a galaxy of guest speakers, which I should congratulate the department for selecting them and seeing that they're all there, and we're very lucky to hear from them. So I wish this all the very best, and I request you all to make full use of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for stressing on the awareness of millets and debunking most of the myths associated with it, and on the importance of entrepreneur avenues for commercializing some of the millet products. Thank you, sir. Before we now listen to our esteemed invited guest, Dr. Kadarwali, sir, I would like to invite Dr. Veena BM, Assistant Professor, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural event. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I offer my pranams to the lotus feet of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji. I, Dr. Veena BM, feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of our department and DST PERS, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Kadarvalli, for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our beloved Pro-Chancellor Dr. B. Suresh, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, for his constant support in his absentia. I thank Dr. Surinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, JSS Academy of Higher Education, for his valuable guidance and encouragement in his absentia. I like to express sincere thanks to Dr. Manjunath B., Registrar, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, for his help in successful conduction of the event. Thank you, sir. I thank Dr. Prashant M. Vishwanath, Dean Research and Principal Investigator, DST PERS, who is instrumental in conducting the event in his absentia. I thank Dr. Vishal Kumar Gupta, Dean Academics, JSS Academy of Higher Education, for his presence on the occasion. Thank you, sir. I thank Professor K. Ravisha, Dean, FLS, JSS Academy of Higher Education, for his enormous cooperation in the organization of the event. Thank you, sir. I thank Organizing Chairperson, Dr. Vanitha Reddy, Coordinator, Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research, for the constant support and guidance in planning the event. I thank all our organizing committee members for all their valuable support. I thank non-teaching staff of Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, JSS Academy of Higher Education, for their cooperation in organizing the event. I'm very much thankful to all the delegates and participants for your presence and making the event successful. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Veena. I know everybody is eager to listen to Dr. Kadarvalli, sir. I would request the dignitaries to please grace their seats of the dais. Thank you, sir. I would now invite Dr. Shweta, Assistant Professor, Nutrition and Dietetics, to formally introduce the chief guest of today. Good afternoon, everybody. Seeking the blessings of His Holiness Jagadguru Sri Shivaratri Deshikendra Mahaswamiji, I welcome everybody, especially Dr. Kadarvalli sir, to this two-day symposium. A brief introduction to our speaker. Born on 15th January 1958, Dr. Kadar received his Bachelor of Science Education and Master of Science Education degrees in 1979 and 1981 respectively, and got his PhD in steroid biochemistry from Indian Institute of Science, Bengaluru. He then worked as postdoctorate fellow in Oregon Graduate Center, Beaverton, Oregon, USA till 1991. He then joined CFTRI Mysuru as senior scientist in biochemistry and nutrition department. In 1993, he went to the US again to join CR&D at DuPont Company, Wilmington, DE, and worked as scientist in various departments till 1997. Realizing that there was a need to redefine and change our food, he resigned his job and returned to India and worked as an independent scientist to establish the role of millets in preventing and curing modern-day diseases. Dr. Kadarvalli is popularly known as the Millet Man of India. He has worked relentlessly for the past 25 years and has been successful in bringing back millet food to the consciousness of human race. Along with millets, he is working to develop sustainable living models for the planet. Dr. Kadar is a recipient of several awards, among which Ahimsa Prashasti by Jain Samaj, Mysuru 2015, Krishi Ratna by Raitu
Nestam Foundation 2021 and Nava Nakshatra by TV9 in 2021, to list a few. Also, honorary doctorate has been conferred on him by SGT University, Gurgaon in January 2023. And most recently, he was awarded the Padma Shri for his distinguished service in the field of science and engineering by Government of India. We wholeheartedly and warmly welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am an independent scientist. I don't belong to established systems. Till 1997, I was in organizations like DuPont and CFTRA, some universities. So I felt these institutions are not working right, all of the institutions, because they do not know what they're doing. They are doing business. They are not doing science. Everyone, even today, including all of you. Food has been completely corporatized. We have not defined food till today. Though Hippocrates tried to, but he didn't know what he was talking. Food be thy medicine. What the hell he means by that? Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? Food be thy medicine. And I'm out of the box guy, huh? Please bear with me. Bear with me. What does that mean? Food be thy medicine. Is there any meaning in it? Medicine means what? Medicine means you have a sickness. Am I right? So why do you fall sick and then search for medicine? That means your food is not right. So health is connected to which entity now? It is the food. So if you do not define food and then connect it to medicine, that means you do not know what you are talking. So someone also said, food is right, then you don't have a sickness. So if your food is right, there is no need for medicine. And if your food is wrong, then all this nonsense comes into picture. So what it means is that we have not defined food yet. And we're talking about nutrition. What is nutrition? Have we asked this question? When you eat something, you need to be feeling good. Now, what happens when you eat? You have mouth to anus. It's called digestive system. That's where everything happens. Am I right? That's connected to food, nutrition, dietetics, all these words which we're using very loosely according to me. Because I have asked this question to everyone. What is food? What is nutrition? No one answers me actually. It's all business. Carbohydrate, protein, lipid, fat, and some vitamins. So in the name of Green Revolution, we had a run for carbohydrates. In the name of White Revolution, we had run for milk. And now another revolution is running, Pink Revolution, protein. Oh yeah, everyone go to gym and milkshakes, whey protein, this protein, that protein, or soya protein, kinds of. And then wait, another blue revolution will come. Green, pink, white, blue. Blue revolution is what, you know? Carbon copy, prawn and fish. Genetically modified, ತದ್ರೂಪಿ ಮೀನುಗಳನ್ನ ತಂದು ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಐಸ್ ಕ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದ್ದುಕೊಂಡು ತಿನ್ನು. What is the role of nutrition? See, we have still a nutrition department, this department. All departments are separated. What is? So you need this, you need this, you need this much, this much. Who is deciding? Some fellow sitting in WHO decides. So when you eat, what happens? Your bloodstream gets then something that you have eaten is digested, and so your blood has to be what? Balanced. Homeostasis, they call. Homeostasis of the blood is certainly an important ingredient, rather the most important ingredient for you to be healthy. If the balance of the blood is disturbed, what happens? The first impact is on your heart. Heart has to pump the blood to all the living cells in the body and collect it back, send it to kidney, liver, lungs. All these so-called cleaning mechanisms have to take place and then come back to the heart. So it is with this pumping of the heart, this mechanical machine, you have this blood running around all through your system. Am I right? So the homeostasis of the blood is required because this poor fellow pumps all the time. So now if I make the blood thick, what happens? The heart pumping capacity decreases. So then what do you call? You have blood pressure. Blood pressure increases. That means the heart is finding it difficult to pump because the blood has become thick. Why it has become thick? Because there has to be 5 grams of glucose in your bloodstream at any given point of time at 36.8 or 98.4 degree Fahrenheit. The blood has to be thin so that it runs around all through your living cells and comes back. I mean, it just pumps and it has to happen. Am I right? So now if I eat something that makes my blood thick, that means if I increase the glucose content of my blood, not 5 grams, 6 grams, 10 grams, 20 grams, 30 grams glucose per whole body. Of course, you have 5 to 6 liters. So what have we been eating in the last 70 years, 50 years? The whole human race has been eating rice, wheat, sugar. I am a holistic scientist. I look at not nutrition, I not look at the blood, I know all this departmentalization is meant for business purpose. I'm actually an agriculturist. I actually worked on pesticides. I worked on how to develop different kinds of pesticides. All kinds of nonsense I have done. But then everything has to be connected, because when you eat something into your bloodstream, after the digestion, you pump in glucose. If you don't pump in glucose, you need to burn glucose to get ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Am I right? Why do you need ATP? To live. This is the biological battery that functions to make your muscles, your everything move around. If you do not produce ATP and carbon dioxide, you are not living. Am I right? You are taking oxygen in through your breath, burning the glucose in the mitochondria of your living cells, making ATP, while capturing the energy from glucose burning. The electron tumbles down to the cytochrome systems and releases energy captured into the form of ATP at the end. Then while doing so, you are releasing carbon dioxide, which was C6H12O6, has become CO2. That means you are continuously oxidizing the cis carbon molecules through pyruvate glycolytic system. Am I right? This is the essence of your living. You're taking oxygen in, carbon dioxide out. Imagine I just press your mouth and nose for 3 minutes. What happens? Am I right? That means if you allow the carbon dioxide to be inside your body, you're going to die. That means each and every biochemical reaction generates toxic morbid waste. So where did this come from? It is through the tumbling down of the electron. We have leakage of energy. Imagine I walk. Using energy to push me from that point to this point. I've expended some energy, but it's not that much alone. There is something more leaking out. So you feel that energy. The same way, when ATP is made, the electron is tumbling down, there is leakage of energy. It's called electron motive force, EMF. Bear with me. Hey, we came here to listen about nutrition. What is the role of nutrition? I'm trying to define. EMF. What is EMF? It is not electron. Electron motive force. To move an electron. Is it a particle? No. It is in the field. See, when I ran, the energy leaked. Is there someone there? No, it is just energy. It is non-material. That non-material energy, EMF, accumulates and transmutates itself into a radical. When there is someone who can accept that energy, and there are atoms like oxygen, sulfur, nitrogen. They are called electronegative. They want to take electrons. Where did this electron appear from? What is electron? What is electron? It is accumulating some amount of energy and then start turning in one direction because of that energy. You know, electron has a positive spin, negative spin. If it turns this side, it is positive, turns that side. So now if I can turn the electron more and more, that means that electron energy is more. So who moves the electron? EMF. Electron motive force. See, each and every biochemical reaction, we have zillions of them going on in our body while transforming one chemical into the other biochemicals. And chemistry, biochemistry is nothing but transfer of energy from higher level to lower. As simple as this. Life is this transfer of energy. Where did this energy come from to start with? It came from sun. There was, please switch off your phone. It is indecent when there is a symposium or talk going on, talking on the phone. So what happens? The chlorophyll captures the energy, allows the water to be broken, and the hydrogen nascent is created, which then seeks carbon dioxide and hydrogenates 6 molecules of carbon dioxide into glucose. So now you have trapped the energy that has broken the bond of oxygen and hydrogen. Oxygen does not want the hydrogen to leave its presence because it can keep the electron of hydrogen with itself. That's why it is electronegative, but still the energy of photons is so high that it just took away the electron and made a nascent hydrogen from the oxygen. You see, this is where the transfer of energy from the sun happened. That means I worked against the electronegativity of oxygen, pulled the electron and given to the hydrogen. This is the beginning, origin of energy in this planet. Who is receiving? Who is receiving? Water. And that's what is when Shiva stands. Bhagirath calls Ganga down. He stands on the mountainous Himalayas. And Ganga says, your stance is not all right. Shiva thought he can take. He said, no, you are not going to bear me. My power is so far powerful. He said, hey, come down. She just showed a chalak. His head rolled and he tumbled. Then he said, wait. Then that's the force of water. I mean, I'm trying to communicate how forceful is to break that oxygen-hydrogen bond. And that's where the energy is trapped all around the planet. When water molecule is broken, you are taking the electron away. You see, what is this EMF? This is where it is coming from. That nascent hydrogen now has electron to give to carbon dioxide, and it becomes glucose through, of course, various. And it is this movement of electron from place to place and the energy, this I explained to you, the spin leaking here and there, is the EMF, which is non-material. See, when the water first came, Shiva shook, and when shaking, the energy transformed into the space, and that is non-material. Actually, it's a symbolic way of representation. Water coming down, it has to hold. That much energy is there. It's the sun's light that breaks and then is incorporated into the first energy molecule called glucose. And then the glucose transforms itself into various metabolites in the plants, and then who eat plants, whether it is carnivorous animal, omnivorous animal, or vegetarian animal, herbivorous animal. Then the transformations keep taking place. And who is moving around here? It is not the material. It is the material is transmutation. It is the energy that is moving. And at the end of the day, again, carbon dioxide is released. Who fixed carbon dioxide into glucose? Sun energy. So that is now transformed into chemical energy. Now that energy is in each and every mitochondria. We are converting into ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Nothing but the third phosphate bond, which goes to every cell, every muscle, every ligament, every tendon, whatever amount of energy is needed, that much amount of energy is delivered, and you start functioning. You start breathing, you start winking your eye, you start smiling, you start crying, you start shitting, you start urinating. Every bloody damn thing that is associated with it is moving of energy. So you're all thinking, I am body, this body, that body. Nothing exists other than this movement of energy, because it is the energy that holds you different forms. Other exists, you exist. What's your name? Vanitha Reddy. Vanitha Reddy exists. She smiles, I smile, I cry, you cry. Everything is movement of energy. While doing this, there is the dance of that EMF. So now if that EMF is pushed inside, just I did it. If I didn't do it to you, I press your nose and mouth, you will die. Am I right? So there is something inside us making all these movements going round and round. It is non-material. Okay. Why am I talking all this about nutrition? It is the food that goes into your mouth that is transformed into glucose. Who does that? Your mouth to anus. That's why God has kept you on digestive system. If without that, all the other things mean nothing to you. And that's why, what do you put every day into your mouth? That is food. And that food has to maintain the balance of your glucose amount. Each animal is different. We are supposed to carry 5 to 6 liters of blood, which if you exceed beyond 5 grams of glucose, 5 to 6 grams of glucose, then your homeostasis of the blood is disturbed. You are generating diseases because the heart does not pump the glucose-filled, thickened blood properly. You have BP. Then what does doctor say? Take this blood thinner. Instead, what he should have said? See that your blood doesn't receive higher amount of glucose. Are you getting what I'm saying? So which is the right thing to do? Taking the blood thinner or not allowing the high amount of glucose enter your, that means you have to regulate. If you don't take glucose, you will die. Because all the glucose is exhausted, then you need energy. That means you need to burn glucose. If you don't burn, your mitochondria is waiting for the glucose to be put on the platform so that it burns. This is called oxidative stress is created. They are doing the job. And if you don't give glucose, okay, 2 days, 3 days, because other parts of our body are also made of glucose. It is glucose which is converted to glycogen, then fat, and then so, okay, don't worry, no food is there. I will burn my fat to glycogen, glycogen to glucose. So, a secondary metabolism is started. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, no problem. 21 days I can manage. After that, I will die. Am I right? That means it is important at least 24 hours once you need feed something. And that is what is called food, but that food should not dump the glucose into your bloodstream like flood. Am I trying to communicate to you? What am I doing here? I'm trying to define what your food should be. Your food should be such that you do not disturb your homeostasis of the blood. Why the hell should I not disturb homeostasis of the blood? Because the heart that takes the nutrition. See, it is only the glucose. There are other things have to be delivered to each and every living cell. And this fellow itself is troubling ours. Then all others. So what does our body do while eating rice and wheat in the last 50 years? We have 8% of type 1 diabetes now. 40% of diabetic patients, 40% of people taking BP tablets, 28% thyroid patients, 18% rheumatism, 23% arthritis. I can go on. The list is very big. And for each and every diseased condition, we are handing over tablets. And you are all nutritionists, you are kept in a corner. They keep handing the tablets. And at the end, go to the nutritionist. He will tell you what to eat, what not to eat. But there is to eat only rice and wheat and sugar. What else? Am I right? So you keep eating rice and wheat and sugar, which dumps the glucose into your bloodstream non-stop, no breaks, no regulation, and you call yourself nutritionist. So a good nutritionist is someone who has to say, don't eat rice because there is no regulation of releasing glucose. How can I bring in regulation into the food? It is the fiber that is interloculated into the grain. You understand what I'm trying to communicate to you? So it is not just nutrition. You need to know all these basic biological systems that are functioning not only within you, around you. So now the definition of food is you are disturbing the homeostasis of the blood, and that is the most important thing, because without that being maintained, if you are imbalancing the glucose levels, you are starting the diseases, because the first thing, poor heart has to pump the blood, and you are not allowing it to pump the blood. You just take sugar, add into 2 tumblers of water and heat it up to 98.4, that is 36.8 degrees Celsius. Yenagutte gulab jamun ge paaka hakolodake ready aagi. Am I right? And that is the reason why we have BP patients increasing in the last 5 decades. And no expert has told, don't take sugar. Early morning when you get up, you are using the paste has got 5 grams of sugar. And no dental doctor is telling, don't use paste. Instead, they are sponsoring this way, that way. Can you believe that this is happening? And we are all scientists doing big journals, publishing one after the other. Can you play that video? I am very slow. Huh? I'm not going to take more time. I think I'm another 30 minutes. Hey, till now you haven't talked about millets. What is this? Half an hour you have spent and you have not talked about millets. And people are calling you millet man of India. What nonsense. Please play that video. Can you play? Oh. And switch off the lights. Just 2-3 minutes video. Okay, if you cannot, I'll just tell what is there in the video. Have you to choose that? Then you stop there. Okay, okay.
Welcome to.
Yeah. So, okay. Anyways, no, that's my name. Okay, look at that. That's enough. Go ahead.
We could, stop his medication completely. He was just managing it with whatever Dr. Kader recommends, with the millet diet, with drinking the concoction of certain leaves, with the bull-driven oils, and following a healthy regime. So we are extremely indebted to Dr. Kader for his timely help.
Yeah, she goes on telling that I'm savior and all that, and that's not true. This is what the millets that saved. And there are thousands and thousands of diabetic patients completely throwing away their insulin. And it's been years, 5 years, 10 years. They have not visited a doctor again in their life. It is the balance of glucose, release of glucose slowly and steadily, regulated way that keeps you healthy. Who can do that? Not Kader, not even God. It is the carbohydrate interloculated with the fiber content available in the millets. Now comes the millets. What are these millets? Milli means what? Small. Millet, piglet, booklet, chicklet, like that. millet, small. ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿರುಧಾನ್ಯ, ತೃಣಧಾನ್ಯ, ಕಿರುಧಾನ್ಯ, ಕ್ಷುದ್ರಧಾನ್ಯ. There are 6,000 varieties of C4 grasses all over the planet whose seeds are not even seen by our eyes. So in the olden days, they say, oh, how the hell this grass come from? Just they cannot see the seeds. In fact, sugarcane is also a C4 grass. You cannot see its seeds. In fact, their seeds are so small. But it is to the compartmentalization of synthesis, glucose synthesis. It accumulates sugar in the stems. It is by a different biochemical process, not grain making. It's not sexual. It is not inflorescence based. Grains are always after vegetative growth. The plant enters into sexual cycle, producing inflorescence, female and male, androecium and gynoecium meet. Then they get the grain. Whereas sugarcane sugar is produced a completely different biological pathway called compartmentalization glucose synthesis, where you have sucrose, which is glucose content is more than 50%. Fructose is very less. Whereas in your palm jaggery, toddy palm, tati bella, ichil bella, boin bella, tenginkai bella, ivella no fructose content is high when they are forming their inflorescence, and so you catch that sap and then make the goodu. Nam Ramanagara, Mandya, Maduru Vella, ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾರಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಬ್ರೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಕನ್ನಡ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗ. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಐ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇನ್ ಟು ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಪ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ಅದು ನಿಜವಾದ ಸಿಹಿ. ಆ ಸಿಹಿ ತಿಂದ್ರೆ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಈಟ್ ದಟ್ ಶುಗರ್ ಐ ಮೀನ್ toddy palm sugar, coconut sugar, ichil bella, that is silver date palm. Fish tail palm is boin bella. Like this, there is real sugar does not disturb your glucose balance when you eat this, because fructose is sister of glucose. It is a isomer. It is sweet, but it doesn't disturb your system at all. So you have no problem. You eat little bit of toddy palm jaggery, whatever little is absorbed, the remaining just passes away, because there are no glucose. Like you have insulin which catches, does not allow glucose to go out that easily. If glucose is coming out in the urine, means there is something wrong with you. Something wrong with you. But fructose will just pass on because there is no one to hold it. So it doesn't bother you at all. But you have finished on your tongue only the taste, you get the sweetness, and then it doesn't do any harm to you. And that's the beauty of eating palm jaggery. But then they are all removed by these corporate companies because of patenting this so-called sugarcane sugar, and then they build dams, and then they 28% of agricultural land is occupied by sugarcane all over the world. In fact, in England, in America, Florida and California have burnt their lakes producing this sugar. This water is evaporated. Thousands of years of aquifers have been completely dried up to produce this sugar. Each kilo of sugar requires 28,000 liters of water. Each kilo of rice requires 8,000 liters of water. Each kilo of wheat requires 10,000 liters of water. The reason is that C3 photosynthesis, if you give water, the yields increase. That is rice and wheat, Oryza, sativum and vulgare, Triticum vulgare. What are these Triticum vulgare? Triticum vulgare is, which is the original seeds, but the original seeds are gone because these guys have tinkered with genetic modifications, hybridizations, and taken away the seeds rights from the farmers of the world. There is no farmer in the world. all are laborers for these food corporates. Our Indian government writes 2.39 lakh crores per year as subsidy for this fertilizer. And one of our speakers mentioned that this is costly, 200, 300. It's absolutely not. The cheapest food even today you can produce is millets. Even if it costs 500, it is cheapest because the rice that you are eating per kilo, you have already paid 3,000 rupees per kilo. You do not know that you have paid. Our policymakers have paid. Each and every kilo of rice on this planet is costing 3,000 rupees and above. This is the Mayajal of corporate world. That so-called highly intellectual, big MSc, MD professors also are not able to speak. Either they do not know or they do not want to speak. One of the two is true. And after eating rice, in the last 5 decades, we have increased the number of diabetic patients, number of BP patients, number of thyroid patients, number of all these diseased conditions. I sincerely and truly believe that we are manufacturing diseases by choosing this wrong food. Until today, no biochemist, no nutritionist has been able to point that out, because they have not defined what food is. So, as simple as this, because of the C4 grasses, what is C4 grass? It fixes the glucose from a stable molecule called oxaloacetic acid, which is a 4-carbon unit, and rice and wheat fix their glucose from a pyruvic acid, a 3-carbon unit. That's why it's called C3 photosynthesis. This is called C4 photosynthesis. In the world, in the nature, C3 photosynthesis found in maximum number of plants, but maximum surface area of photosynthesis is done by C4, because 90% of the land matter on this planet is occupied by these C4 grasses, which have wonderful quality of absorbing water from atmosphere. They don't need any water because the C3 to C4 step, the genetic mapping, genetic coding has short-circuited the need for water while it transforms itself into a sexual cycle. Am I making sense? Have you understood what I'm speaking? That there is need for water in this C3 photosynthesis. That means any C3 plant requires water from going to C3 to C4, whereas C4 plants do not require. They have hygroscopic bacteria under the blades of their grasses. There are more than 6,000 varieties of these. That means they don't need water. They can grow anywhere and any planet, any part of the planet, in the mountains, near the deserts. That means 90% of the land we can make food. But then these wonderful food corporate experts came and said in the years of 1970s, I remember myself very well. I was a growing boy. Hey, what are you eating? You are eating bird feed. You are eating pig's food. You are eating primitive food. Here we have the food green revolution, rice and wheat. We grow 30 quintals per acre. You cannot grow more than 5-6 quintals per acre. The other grains, they are meant for birds, they are meant for pigs, they are meant for animals. Janwar ka khana. This is exact words they used. And no one questioned. There was no dearth for food in India, but they created, just like Corona. All the media went bunkers and said India is fasting, there is no food, they are dying. So PL 480, one wonderful agriculture policy they made and brought the wheats and rice. Build dams, give water, use fertilizers, grow food, green revolution, food security. This is not food security. While doing that, they stole the sovereignty of the farmers. There are no farmers on this planet. All laborers for this food corporation. And the policymakers have played into this game. And even today they are talking about food security because the temperature of the planet is increasing and the restricted temperature range of these two grains can grow is making the impact and the yields of this so-called genetically modified, highly fertilizer-based, water-based grains have already decreased in the last 20 years, 30 to 28%. 28% in the rice and I think 38% in the wheat. So if you continue to depend on rice and wheat as your food security, you will be in trouble. There is no food security. Even if you grow 30 quintals per acre, the irrigated land is available. Given 100 acres, you can only irrigate 10 acres in the world. So the remaining 90 acres you cannot. And what can grow in the 90 acres is C4 grasses. But then we have declared that it is not food. Even today, American Colorado, they grow tons and tons and tons of brown top millet, but they write not for human consumption. The FDA writes on them. So what is it for? Bird feed. So in Karnataka, we were also growing brown top, but we also said, hey, it's bird feed, no one should. In fact, the nutrition department till today, all over the world has not even known what is the nutritional chart of brown top. So all this nonsense was going on in my head when I first entered Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. I asked, what is it that we are eating rice and wheat? Why are we supposed to eat this? The nutrition, the so-called, all this biochemistry, the last but one product is sugar. And you are producing tons and tons of sugar and then eating left and right like mad fellows. And we call ourselves scientists. So no human should be touching sugar even 1 milligram, because the end product of your digestion is glucose. The penultimate product is sugar, and you are dumping it early in the morning till you sleep. Nidde baralla andre ಹಾಲಿಗೆ ಸಕ್ಕರೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ವಾರ್ಮ್ ಆಗಿ ಕುಡೀರಿ, ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. All this nonsense we have in the name of science, for your kind information. These millets, mota anaj, chota anaj. Sadly, now the North Indians, including Prime Minister, thinks mota anaj is millets. Mota means big. Chota anaj must have been there. It has forgotten and it has been destroyed. In the boardrooms of these food corporate companies, they have destroyed all the foods and food practices of the world, step by step, planned, thoroughly. The proof of which I am going to give you will shock you. 1954, our Indian Parliament makes a law called Wonder Drug Act. Below given diseases cannot be cured. If someone says they have a drug, there is no wonder drug to cure these diseases. The first one is diabetes. In 1954, we didn't even know the word diabetes. That means they are aware that they are going to make our country diabetic and you cannot cure. And type 1 diabetes, absolutely no chance. Is there any doctor who can tell me that we can cure type 1 diabetes? Leave alone diabetes. Diabetes too, no one is curing. We cannot cure it. We have cured type 1 diabetes hundreds and hundreds, thousands and thousands, just by not giving any medicine though, by changing to the real food. It is food, if it is right, no medicine is required. So that's why I said Hippocrates doesn't know what he's talking. The diseases are arising because you are not able to be healthy. That's because you have disturbed your glucose balance. So it is the glucose imbalance that is creating all these diseases, modern day diseases. We are ramping it up. So instead of saying, don't eat rice, don't eat wheat, don't touch sugar, what are we looking out for? We are looking out for glycomet, metformin, and we call ourselves great scientists. We are giving Nobel Prizes. And you call this science? If you cannot regulate glucose into your bloodstream, what all things that you talk about and beyond is absolute no science. So food has not been defined till today. And I have been trying to define it for the last 25 years. So don't try to, the value addition, the millets, marketing, we don't need to market anything. Let's spread the awareness of what is food scientifically. It's not traditional food. It has been the food given by God, nature selected. The first domesticated grass is C4 grass. That means when the humans looked at, especially I personally believe it is the women who figured this out. When they were pregnant, they were sitting in one place and watching the nature carefully. That seed gives the plant and plant again gives the seed. All these wonderful, miraculous, great discoveries have been done by women from time immemorial. But the business end of it came and took away, and all the so-called literature exists in the name of men. That's the sad story of human race. So if you can define what food is, and if your food is right, there is no need of medicine. And if your food is wrong, naturopathy, allopathy, homeopathy, tautopathy, go to Tirupati, you will only become Draupadi. We are all talking peripherally. So it is that nutrition which includes cleaning up of your body as the diseased parameters arise. That is the EMF, which transmitted into a radical, which is this rascal radical that becomes organelle dysfunction. Organelle dysfunction becomes organ dysfunction, and then you have diseased condition. So the origin of the disease is the leakage of electron, EMF. So what do you need to mop it up? PM, proton motive force. Where is it available? It is available in this wonderful fiber. What is fiber? The early metabolic precursor of wood. It's called lignons. Few aromatic rings associated with the electrons are running around in a larger volume. So aromatic molecules, conjugated molecules with a side handle of aliphatic acid or alcohol becomes the lignon molecule. That means the electrons are in an aromatic, say, benzene ring. That electrons do not belong to one carbon. They belong to all the 6 carbons running around that much area. And now if I conjugate one ring to the other, they have now 12 carbon units to run around. And if I do it one more, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's why when I stand on this wood, you can pass electrons through me, nothing happens. Because this is absolute solidified aromatic molecules called lignin. The biosynthesis of lignin, the process is called lignons. Before lignons, you have what are called protocatechinic acid, gallic acid, shikimic acid. These are the aromatic molecules that are actually called antioxidants. You are understanding what I'm talking? So if I now can, and that's what is called phytochemicals, they can have a particular PMF, which can, in each particular organ, the EMFs are different. So that's how we have these wonderful grains. I have worked, decoded for 5 grains: Kodo millet, Arikalu, Arkalu antivi ನಾವು, Arka, Harangu anta namma Puranagalali, Priyangu is foxtail millet, is Navane, brown top millet, Korle. All these grains have wonderful fiber content, 8% in foxtail millet, 9.8% in little millet, 9% in Kodo millet, 12.5% in brown top millet, 10% in barnyard millet. These 5 grains, when you divide the carbohydrate by the fiber, you get single digits. Whereas finger millet, that is ragi, it has got 3.6 fiber content. So when you divide the carbohydrate, you get approximately 25 or so. So if you get a single digit carbohydrate by fiber, that grain has the regulation of glucose into your bloodstream. It releases glucose into your blood slowly and steadily. Are you understanding? So that way, if you have diabetes, if you eat finger millet, you cannot cure. Of course, rice and wheat cause this condition. Finger millet cannot cure. Of course, jowar has got lower fiber. That's why they are called mota anuj. They have less fiber. Maximum is 3.6 in finger millet. Jowar less than that. Pearl millet, sajja still less than that. And proso millet, bargo. That also, so below 3.6. So when you divide the carbohydrate content approximately 60 to 70 with 3, you will get 20, 25. All are below that. That means double digit and high. And for rice, it is 390. So that is negative grain for me. So if you are a real scientist, if you are a real nutritionist, if you are a real biochemist, first thing that should come out of your mouth is don't eat rice. Period. All the problems of your health will be solved. And so what do I eat? We are made at the behest of these corporate companies. Our food is sabotaged. And we don't even ask a question. We have not asked a single question till today. Well, why am I eating rice? Thousands and thousands and thousands of years. People are using the word centuries. It is not even thousands, it is lakhs of years. Humans have eaten these grains. And quoting Puranas is actually insulting these grains. It goes way beyond. I don't know when these Puranas have happened. Each one tells keep different names, different ages. 10,000 years, they say. Ramayana happened. But then that Setu, they are saying it is there. But Ramayana happened in Treta Yuga. It's lakhs and lakhs of years ago. Am I right? But then they say, oh, Ramayana happened 5,000 years. 5,000 years is now only. All confusion. Rama ate Sama. Venkateshwara ate Swama. Varahaswami ate foxtail millet. All these Ullekhanas. No one ate rice actually. Whoever ate rice had diabetes. Yeah, that's what happened actually. In 1950s, few diabetic patients. Who are these guys? These are Jamindars who had lakes, the fields under the lakes, and then they produced that and they said, we are very rich fellows, all others are Small fellows eating all navne same tinta idare. Now nodri tinta idivi anta battada agalana ಮೂತಿ ಮೇಲೆ ಮೀಸೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೋರನ್ನು ಅವನಿಗೆ ಡಯಾಬಿಟಿಸ್ ಬಂದಿದೆ. All the kings who ate had all funny diseases because they didn't eat the right food. As simple as that. Are you understanding what I'm speaking? At the behest of these Western science and scientists, the human race has been duped, and we are in a vicious cycle of disease condition. No medicine will work. There's ample evidence for that. Because they declare these diseases are incurable. Laws are made, not only in India, all over the world. I tell, I can cure diabetes. Are you mad, fellow? This is what everyone asks, even today. When I say I can cure type 1 diabetes, this fellow is utterly mad. Because the food has disappeared. The human race is eating fertilizer-based, pesticide-based. On top of it now, Zomato, Swiggy days have come. You do not know what you're eating. Wait. In the name of pink revolution, they are going to make soybean and corn genetically modified feed various kinds of animals. If you are in India, you feed goats. If you are in other country, they eat other things, they feed that. And if you go to other country, they like to eat cats, okay, feed cats. If they like to eat something else, okay, feed that. But all animals are being fed the same thing. And you are carrying all these pesticides along with it. So you are producing, in fact, in the last 25 years, because of this protein revolution or pink revolution. In fact, it is this green revolution, white revolution, pink revolution, which has been adding the number of diseases. Because the nutrition, leave alone nutrition, there is no food at all. So you are getting contaminated, the systems are getting confused, and animal protein is absolutely no-no for human digestive canal because there is no protease, single protease in your mouth. And only 4% of our digestive enzymes are proteases. That means you cannot eat beyond half fistful of even your belekalu. And that is the ratio of what is present in nature. In nature, if you go, the pulses, the dicots can grow only 2 quintals per acre, 2.5 quintals maximum. Whereas the monocots, the C4 grasses give you 8 to 12 quintals per acre. So the ratio is 1:5. That means if you eat 2 fistfuls of your millets, half fistful of that is the way you should eat. And if you eat more, load on your kidneys, you get creatinine increased, ammonia increased, uric acid increased, and you have now host of CKD problems. You see, that's why I said we are manufacturing diseases by what we are eating. And obesity, now, you go to Texas, you get down in Houston airport, the advertisement. Welcome to Texas, Houston. Here everything is big. I just walked out of the airport and people, 300 kilos, it's much big. No human being should weigh beyond 73 kilos, even if you're 6.5 feet height. Now 5 feet ladies are weighing 150. And you talk about nutrition, you talk about departments, you talk about biochemistry, you talk of what nonsense are we talking? It is in this regard I came back in 1997. In fact, 93 I came to CFTR trying to work on this, and I couldn't because they wanted me to work on soybean. I resigned my job. I went back. I tried to in DuPont company. Hey, this is all not good. So I did some genetic engineering, modified this, modified that. I got sick of myself. I worked in military projects, got some microbes that can degrade bomb materials, dioxins. And I got sick of myself. I said, this is not working for me. I said, I have to eat the right food. I knew what the right food was all along. And I told my wife, we'll go back and grow our food and eat this mad world. I cannot. Of course, all people called me mad, but for me, the whole world is mad because you're all eating wrong food. We came back and I started going around and asked the farmers. They said, hey, adella Janwar food neen yak tintiyan. Aitappa Janwar food tindedena. Now Janwar. I grew my food, started eating. And then some gangrene fellow after diabetes, they're all cutting their legs. I said, oh, poor fellows. Called them, I fed them my samayaki for 3 weeks. Their gangrene disappeared. So it hit me, oh, there are so many fellows there, let me just. So I went and requested a thing here, colleague, Logi, on the 5 acre Gutge Bhovi, Nane Dudu Kortinapa, Beds Kodanta, Dhanya Kota, Linda Tando, patients production way back in 1999. Up to 2005, then I got encouraged a lot of good results. I started feeding all these so-called deceased fellows, and we made a host of diseased conditions, and diligently I started noting down and everything, and then figured out that if you feed these grains in this order, we could cure diabetes, we could cure HIV, we could cure type 1 diabetes, we could cure cancer, all names. As I told you, it's all EMF. There is only one disease, it's EMF. The toxic morbid waste that you generate, why the biochemical reactions try to give you energy. And you cannot deny the generation of disease in the body. But then if your food is designed so that you cannot allow that diseased EMF to turn into radical and then disturb your organelles and start dysfunctional organs, then you can actually cure all the diseases. In fact, you don't need to be sick at all. And that's what is called prevention is better. Everyone talks about prevention, but how do you prevent the disease? If you understand the origin of the disease. Have you understood the origin of the disease now? Have you? Why is it necessary that we need to tackle at the EMF level, not after it became radical and then disturbed your organs? That means you have already entered the diseased condition. But we have a chance to eliminate the disease even before it manifests into the symptoms. This is what your millets are. That's how I call them. This is complete health, holistic health. And while doing that, if the whole world now eats millets, you don't need these bloody dams. You don't need this sugarcane to occupy all our mountainous and forest areas and spoil the planet. In fact, it is the coffee and tea that is evaporating our rivers. We have cut the forests in the mountainous areas and made tea estates and coffee estates. That's how our rivers are drying up. Now, you cannot plant trees in the open lands and say our rivers will save rivers. How can you save rivers unless you stop drinking coffee and tea? How can you save soil unless you stop irrigated agriculture? It is the irrigated agriculture that is spoiling the soil. So all these guys are talking in the air, according to me. the so-called environmentalists. Save soil, save soil. Where do you save soil? You have to stop eating rice and wheat. Only then you can save soil. Because it's the millets which hold the soil. They're C4 grasses that give you the humus. You go to any place, unless you grow the soil, the C4 grasses, the landslides cannot be stopped. So you grow coffee, tea estates and then say, oh, Madikeri is going, all mountains are moving. Unless you grow the grasses, the soil cannot be held. So the moment it rains, the moment it sun shines, the top 4 or 5 soils are spoiled. So to save your soil, to save your rivers, to save anything on this planet, what do you need to do? You need to eat millets. Because we are not eating millets, we are filling the lands with rice and wheat fields. And that is the source of our problems. You see, it is not just your health problems. In fact, we are now having 18% mentally retarded kids are being born on a regular basis. And experts are not talking about it. Hole in the heart, 6%. And all your nutritions are going where? The sperm and the ovum are not healthy. I have not talked about white revolution, pink revolution, maybe for another session. Thank you. I have talked more than 1 hour, 10 minutes. I hope I have cleared your brains, your minds. What is food? Basic staple food, which has been for millions of years, the C4 grasses. Shudra Dhanya, out of 6,000 varieties, 200 varieties, we can see the grains. That's why they call it Chiru Dhanya. Truna Dhanya, because everywhere and anywhere you are getting these grains. I have Bisaka Pavu, Bedade Irodu. Chiru Dhanya, minor millets, they are called minor millets. I have worked with 5, there may be many more. It's left for the future generations to hunt these guys down, because I use the word hunt because it's disappeared. We have made them extinct. So the real food has been all along, this is the last 70 years. And of course, if you ask me, hey, nam tata tindidan, nam muttata tindidan. So eat the right food, and the nutrition is not just providing carbohydrate, fat, and this and that. It's also to mop up your toxic morbid waste with each and every cell and each and every biochemical reaction that is providing PMF, proton motive force. And at the end, before I close, I want to give you a symbolic representation of PMF is actually salt coming to meet the sweet water. When the river enters the ocean, you see the diversified life forms, because the salt, sodium plus, wants to meet, just gets into the sweet water. And it is that potential, tons and tons of salt running to meet the sweet water, which creates the potential, the pressure being there. That is what is creating your weather patterns. So unless the rivers meet the ocean, you do not have the patterns. And that's what we have disturbed. That's what we are seeing monsoon being disturbed in India, especially. All over the world, this is happening. You have floods because our soils have lost their green sari. That is C4 grasses. So it's not the trees. What is under the tree, which holds the 5-inch soil, that is base for the tree growing. So you want to grow forest, first thing you do is to grow millets. So it is this kullu holding the planet to a balanced condition. So all our attention has to come to this grass. We are being misled by these so-called experts to do other things. Thank you very much. And I have a lot more things to share because milk is another big story. I want to actually talk about maybe next time when you invite me. Because today was millets. And what are millets? These are the millets. They are the greatest food materials for human gut. And I actually have to talk about microbial imbalance that is created. Gut microbes can be replenished in a matter of 3 weeks because these millets have their fiber, which provides the platform to absorb 1,800 varieties of microbes can be replenished in a matter of 3 to 4 weeks. So it's the gut microbes that are real doctors in your body. You don't need a doctor in a multi-specialty hospital. If you take fermented porridge, now ambali antive Kannadadalli, 5 ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಹೆಸರಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಾನೇ for your kind information. Because it gives the health, the ultimate health. Siridhanya, Sukhadanya. Sukha is what? Comfort. All that long does not very good word because that's why we use the 2 words, Siridhanya, Sukhadanya. It is in this posture you eat. And you eat in any other posture, your digestive system does not function properly. That's why we chose it. Siridhanya, Sukhadanya. It gives you being at ease. And what are we doing? We are eating like this. If we don't know, we are shitting also like this. That is the basic problem. We are supposed to shit in a posture called Malasana. That is on your 6 fingers, supporting your buttocks. This is called Malasana. If you shit like this, your hands is open, your peristaltic movement. It's called moving the bowels. And it is complete. Yeah. Let's teach the world how to shit. We do not know how to eat, we do not know how to shit, and that is basic problem. ಈಗ ಖಾದರ್ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ನೋಡಿ ಮೂಗು ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು ಸಾಧನೆ ಇದೆ. You cannot do it. Nowadays kids are not able to do that because you do not know what it is. This is the problem actually. Sorry, I think I'm extending my time.
Yes, I think sir deserves that long, big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for a mesmerizing, eye-opening, and absolutely well-articulated talk, which was holistic as well, with a pinch, scientific as well, with a pinch of science, storytelling, humor. The whole science with a lot of storytelling, humor, and I don't know what not. Thank you so much, sir, for your time and for your enthusiasm. We have a short time to take quick questions if anybody wants to interact with sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, sir. So just out of curiosity, what do you eat on everyday basis, sir? Like,
I eat only millets, nothing else. These 5 grains only we eat. Once in a while I eat ragi, mudde. Mudde abhyasa ide. So now, ಈಗಲೂ actually ಸಿರಿಧಾನ್ಯ also ಮುದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ತಿಂತೀವಿ. ನಾನು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸರಳವಾಗಿ ಈಸಿ ಮುದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಈಸಿ. ಸೊ ಮುದ್ದೆ ಸಾರು. ನಾನು ಶಾಕಾಹಾರಿ, ಶುದ್ಧ ಶಾಕಾಹಾರಿ, ಕಾಫಿ ಟೀ ಕುಡಿಯಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಲು ಮುಟ್ಟೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಕಷಾಯ ಕುಡಿತೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು ತುಂಬಾ ಇದೆ ಅಮ್ಮ. ನಮ್ದು ಪುಸ್ತಕ ನಾನು ಫ್ರೀ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ನೀವು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಖಾದರ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಅಂತ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ತುಂಬಾ ಇದೆ. ಐ ಈಟ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ. ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಎದ್ದು ತಿಂದ್ರೆ 9 o'clock I eat. Generally I don't eat much the whole day. In fact, I can just forget about food till next day evening. Because I eat millets, these 5 millets, the food releases glucose slowly and steadily, and I'm never tired. I can go on and on and on. I walk 2 to 3 hours a day generally in the morning before I go to my kitchen. Me and my wife keep fighting every day because I go to the kitchen and disturb. So I eat well by 9 and 9:30. A lot of patients come, and generally I'm running around, going to places, giving lectures. And afternoons, generally I drink coconut water, tender coconut water and majjige ಒಂದು ಲೋಟ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮಗಳು ಅರಿಯ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅವ್ರ ತಟ್ಟೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮುದ್ದೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. Otherwise, I generally can go on till next day evening also. In fact, that's another aspect of our living, fasting. Once a month or once in 15 days, everyone should fast because there are a lot of good things, cleaning up and other issues, different metabolic states you reach when you fast. Our cells switch on and switch off different metabolisms. So if you fast for 12 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, and no one need to fast on a regular basis. Once in a while, fasting is very good. How to do it, how not to do it, we have all standardized and worked out. We can talk about it later. So, a Pancharatna, I only named the Pancharatna Siridhanyagalu. That's Arka, Same, Navane, Korle, Vodu. These 5 grains. And Ragi, Jola, Sajje, Baragu. Mekkejola also is one millet actually, C4 millet only, but the grain is big. That's why it is not called millet. So we can call it Tatastha Dhanyagalu because their ratio of carbohydrate fiber comes into double digits. So we call it neutral grains. You can eat neutral grains and it's good for food security because we can grow in tonnage. Pearl millet, ragi, jola, yields are higher because they require little more water to grow. So for this minor millets, you absolutely don't need any water. Just now 4 rains are good enough. So we, as a scientist, have calculated per acre, per kilo, 300 liters are enough for 5 minor millets. For major millets, it is 500 to 800 liters. So they also give you a little more higher yields. So if you have 90 acres of free land where there is nothing is required and each acre can give you 10 quintals, you grow 900 quintals. Whereas with all your technology, GM, fertilizers, dams, spoiling the nature, you can only grow 300 quintals. And this top of it, each kilo millet, 10 people can eat, not 5. Rice and wheat is only 5. Now 900 means you try double 1800 quintals versus 3 quintals, 300 quintals. That means you are able to produce food 6 times more. That means if you can feed 300 quintals to 1 globe, I can feed right now 6 globes. So food security means I can feed 60 billion people any given day. If you think millet is your food, if you think rice and wheat is your food, you can only feed 7 billion and it is going to be worse in the coming years. So we need to shift to this ecologically beautiful system which can really produce food safety. And you don't touch single drop of water from any river.
Sir, they say that millets has to be consumed only one time, not all the three times a day. No, because of their anti-nutritional factors.
That's important. Important. Plus, fiber has to be hydrated. Without hydrating the fiber, it cannot digest. Unlike your rice and wheat, this put it 2 minutes noodles.
And what about other two meals? Like you said, to eat only millets.
One part from the yogi. That nowadays doctors can eat 2 hours and 3 minutes. The next generally proteins. When it's two sides, it wants to be really heavy. It tries to okay. It tries not to do this. That's what is happening now. So to start, I advise you to eat this breakfast, lunch, dinner, can be eat first. That's not the way to do. Here, I mean, normally that's before 9. That's like your system, biochemically is planning to be that home. Especially when the sun is in the face, it's not really great. That is use of and nothing else just for that's it. Then again, as the sun goes down, we and that was practice in India. In the last 70 years, we have screwed it up. We have really screwed it up. As I told you, we don't know how to shit, we don't know how to eat, we don't know what to eat, we don't know what we're doing. And it's high time we start finding back the real scientific methods, and it came naturally to us because our sadhu santas have completely, clearly, transparently articulated how to eat, when to eat, what not. And it is 100% science. I have checked it, redone it with hundreds and hundreds of patients in my own clinic. And now thousands and thousands of people all over the world, not only in India, are proving this. Millets are really good. Actually, no experts have told till today millets are healthy. It is me, for the last 25 years, going around and around all over the place, telling this is our food. This is what can keep us healthy. And this is what can cure all the modern day diseases. There have been no papers published till today. And many people ask me, what is the reference? I said, I am the reference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now have a short break and assemble back in another 10 or 15 minutes for the next talk. Thank you.
Yeah, போய் கிட்ட போய் நின்று பார்த்துட்டு வந்துடலாம் வா. யாரு அவரு?
Quality Assurance Division and also heading Quality Reliability and Safety Division in TFRL. He has served in Defense High Altitude Research Institute, Leh, Ladakh, National Environmental Engineering Research Institute, Nagpur. He has been involved in studies on development and evaluation of functional foods and nutraceuticals to support hepatoprotective, neuroprotective, anti-fatigue, anti-anxiety, anti-depression, and anti-seasickness properties in experimental animals in cell line models. He has also worked in the fields of high altitude medicinal and aromatic plants, food quality assurance, carbon sequestration studies, and phytoremediation of high metal contaminated sites. Sir has guided more than 20 MSc, MTech, and MD in Ayurveda and 3 PhD students. A recipient of Laboratory Scientist of the Year Award in 2009, Technology Group Award in 2015. Sir has published more than 70 research papers in peer-reviewed journals. Sir, we welcome you and we request you for your
Then find out. Thank you, madam, for briefing me. First of all, I'd like to thank to the organization committee for giving me opportunity to be here. And the eminent professionals like Kader Wali sir, in front of them, we are nothing. First of all, I'm going to clear you that the person of millet, after giving a big lecture on millets, and whatever we are giving in front of the sea, small lakes. Okay, so keep it in mind and please listen. Thank you. Okay, nutritional importance of millets now. What exactly what sir has given previous lecture? What is nutrition? What's its importance to us? So, as per our education, what we read in our books, what do you mean by nutrition means? It's full of nutrition. It's full of nutrients. What are the nutrients? Major nutrients and micronutrients. When you talk about the major nutrients means carbohydrates, protein, fat, those minor micro means whatever we require in a lesser amount, that is vitamins, some minerals, trace elements, etc. Okay, now once we are talking about the millets for its nutritional importance and its health benefits. Obviously, sir has given us a good brief about the health importance. No need to touch that topic, but still, how in educational level our science is towards the millet. It is helping us to know some of the information. Here, as you are given your title itself, the revisiting millets. That means we are nothing doing new thing here. We are revisiting. Already it is existing. Just we are knowing what is existing there. So we are not bringing a new crop here, not bringing a new variety here. Just we are seeing what is existing previous years back. Again, we are revisiting that area. That's enough. Yes, please. How we can use it? Okay. Now, history of millets. Once you see that millet history, these are the also comes under the same umbrella of the Poaceae family. As far if you see the plant family, your cereals and millets all comes from the family, grass family, that is Poaceae, Graminae we call them. But the thing is that the size of grain is a bigger size. We have given that cereals. Smaller grains, we have given millets. And main cereals, what are those? Rice, wheat, and your maize and those things comes under rice cereals. Remaining all are millets. Now, what are the oldest grain in our planet? Is that millet? How much old it belongs to? Almost as per the literature, it says that 6,000 years back, the millets people used to have into their food system. In India, what they were saying that finger millet in India 3,000 years back from African highlands. Then from India, it has gone to Europe. And now what we are doing, we are bringing again grains from Europe. Some other grains. And we are leaving these grains. So those days, we were very much, if you see the previous literature, Asian countries, the people are healthier than the other countries because maybe this is the reason. Even African countries, they consume more millets compared to the cereals. That may be the reason why they are much healthier than the other nations. Foxtail millet is the oldest among the millets. And these are the origin of millet centers in the world. If you see which millet, some of the areas we can see here, those are the origin of millet. Now, just simply I'm giving about the nutri-cereals. Now we are giving several names to these millets. Nutri-cereals like Siridhanyagalu, something. So we wanted to new every time we wanted new things to attract the people. So nutri-cereal is one among them. And then how many varieties we are having in these millets? 6,000 varieties we are having. And we are talking about the staple food for the dry land region. Why it is staple for the dry land? I will let you know afterwards. Next slide. And it produces several securities. What are those securities? If you see, food, it is giving to us. Nutrition, it is giving to us. Order, main thing we should not forget. As sir told that several millets are there. Small grains we cannot see. Really, all the birds and other things are really today is living. That means because of the small green millets. If those grasses are not there in this land, and the birds and other things may not survive. God has gifted to those birds and other things. Birds normally take these millets only. And that millet doesn't require much water source. As it is, it comes under C4 cycle. You must be knowing C3 and phosphorus pentose pathway, PPP. You must have studied in your physiology, plant physiology or something. So, contribution of millet to the world cereal production is about 1%. How much? 1% means 99% belong to rice, wheat, and maize. So 99% is where and where 1%. Now we bring back this 1% to some more ahead. If you see the global scenario, how this year is this topic been covered by any previous lectures? If anything, because we are talking since morning to evening what millets, obviously there would be replication. If any place, if you find any replication, please let me know. If you see that area under millet production area, Africa is the major producer of the millets. Its area is 68% and up to 50% of the millet is produced by African countries, African area. If we come to the India, 20% of the world millets is being produced by India only. 20%. Even it's a production also as well as it's a area under production, also 20%. And if you see the comparison of water requirement, as sir says that it is a dry land crop. Why we call it as a dry land? If you see the differences, how water is for pulses 300, for millet, then 350, finger millet, for then sorghum, groundnut, maize, cotton, rice, sugar, as sir told, Because of this sugar cane, all your dams and everything is because of this 2100. That much water is required. Then your rice also not much far away. It's almost 1250. When compared to 300, how much difference is there? 1:4. Water requirement is 1:4 is there. So that means what you know that we don't require much water. Main problem is coming to the farmers is water requirement. Everyone has to put bore, and you are using the whole water is there. In Bangalore and other places, you are not getting water for drinking. So this is the way where the problem is coming out. Okay. The Indian scenario, if you come to the Indian scenario, the millets, now we are talking about the millet, international millet of the year. Really, if you see, since years we are growing these millets, but now we are focusing on advertising this. Rural areas consuming how much? Not much more. This is poor man's ration. They normally people say millet is a poor man's ration. Really wrong word, because where the rural consumption is there, and what about urban consumption? Not much difference. If you see, small amount. There some problems also there. Government policies also there. How much a person in a village is getting rice or millet by the government? What they are receiving? Why? The person who is used to take that food, you are changing his taste. The person who is not interested to take sugar, you are giving him, take this sugar, 3 days, 4 days. Afterwards, he doesn't want to take any other things. He is used to that because your taste buds has turned to have it. When you are taking very good polished rice, since years you are consuming it, now your body digestive system, everything is used to that. Now if you give that ragi mudda, you take it, palatability also comes. So that matters a lot. So what we are doing, we are making public, and awareness is different issue. First of all, you are making slaves for that. Once you have become the slave, then after awareness, what's the use of that? Why government policies are not coming up? By giving this instead of rice, why you can't give this type of millets? Then that whatever they produce in the field will get good cost. Then farmer will be ready to produce it. If anybody is, if nobody is purchasing that particular item, why they produce it? Normally farmers will produce where the demand is there. Demand and supply has to go simultaneously. Is it not? That is the thing, what happens. And we are really great because in Karnataka, still we are using finger millet. And Rajasthan, they also using bajra. And Maharashtra also, they have finger millet as well as the sorghum. They are consuming it. So these are some 5 states are there in India. They are consuming millets more and they are producing also. Even some of the areas of Andhra, they do the same food habits like ragi mudda, ragi sangati, they call it as. So that is a breakfast food. Ragi became the breakfast food actually since beginning. And then why millets? We require today we are conducting big things. Why millets? Because it's 3 things what I have brought it here for planet. What is the use of this? Because it's a faster growth. If you see, it's a 60 to 80 days. The cycle of plant, if it from seedling to your harvesting takes 60 to 80 days. The same thing if you come to the rice. That to Sona Masuri, other Masuri rices, if you see, that is 90 to 100 days. How many days you are growing? 30 days extra. That means how much manpower you are putting for the grain, for field. 30 days means 39 days. How many members are working for that? Everything will count. So it is giving grow faster, short life, and required less water. And it grows organically, no need of much pesticides or other things. Then survive with low water. I mean, need less rainfall. Obviously, maximum in India, maximum areas are less rainfall areas only. Few areas only high rainfall. But what we are doing, the less rainfalls, we are adding some borewells and other things, and we are making it a rich source of water. Then we are using the water there, wasting the water instead of, we can say. So that means it is best for the planet also. And then farmers, obviously farmers, they are getting in a yield very fast. That is good for them. Then human health, no need to give much importance on this because already our sir has given a lecture on this. Okay, so these are the main effects are there. Therefore, millet is required for us. That's why millet. Now the journey of millet, if you see, is earlier what we said, it's a coarse grain. In way back, if you see, that is called like they say that this is the bird's grain or coarse grain, like that they have given definitions. And then afterwards, poor man's diet. That means who is not wealthy, those people used to have it. Those who are healthy, those who are wealthy, not healthy, wealthy, they have chosen rice and wheat. And those who are poor, bechara, they have taken this. Then afterwards, now trend is coming towards nutrient cereals. Then we conducted a national year of the millets in the year 2018. And we requested, Indian government requested the group, they declared International Year of the Year as 2023 for the millets. Reasons are there. Scientifically, they have studied everything. Then only they have declared this. Because the area under the here not mentioned, area is decreasing. And the next 2030, they said that only 50% of population will get the food. If you are continuing the existing crop production. Therefore, they declared, otherwise they might not have declared it. So they thought that now if you are not declaring this, not promoting the millets, then we cannot get. Your health and wealth will leave it. You may not get food, first of all. Once something you get, then you say that this is good for nutrition or good for health. If you are not getting anything, whatever is getting first, we should have it. So therefore, this is main thing for the declaring of this is, and by next 20 years or 30 years, we may not get sufficient food for the population. Therefore, now they declared it completely. And now this national year in 2018, they have declared. Now for this year, they declared that Indian Institute of Millet Research. Earlier it was the Sorghum Research Institute. Now they declared it for the nodal institute for this year for the millets. So they are given several varieties for the sorghum and bajra. And this is the way how the journey has started, and now we are here. And millet production decreased. How it is decreased and when it is decreased? In 1950, before green development, it was, if you see that area, 35,000 acres land came down to now 400 acres. Sorry, this is lakhs of hectares. So in the same way, production is increased because of we have several varieties now, several even water also we are giving further. So production is increasing, but the area under production is decreased. Per hectare area, earlier if it was giving some X amount, now it becomes 3x total amount of production. But the land area under production is decreased. You must understood what I am saying. 1955, how much millet production lakhs tons in India? Now you see how much is there. 2016 to 20 became very less. Earlier we were used to produce only millets. Slowly we incorporated rice, wheat, even maize. Maize is not at all belong to us. Original not at all us. But we are producing maize also. Who is consuming maize? We never consume it. We only export it. And somewhere and that maize also, if you see, when we take as such maize, it's cost. When it comes to the production, to the company and coming back, then what is the flakes? How cost is that? Is affordable prices? No, not at all. We are making ourselves. Oh, sorry. Now, classification of millets. You must be knowing all this. Classification. Normally, we generally classify millets into two. One is major millets because the grain size is bigger size compared to the minor millets. And growing also, we cultivate this more areas. Therefore, they made it as a major millet. Jowar and bajra, ragi. You say that it is a fall millet. Your ragi is finger millet. Then great millet. Comes to the minor millets, foxtail, little, kodo, barnyard, and porso. Then another thing is there, pseudo millets. We must have studied about pseudo millet. Actually, this is not a millet. That belongs to the family Amarantaceae. That is separate. Millets normally has to come to the Poaceae, Graminae, grass family, C4 cycle. But these are the size of the grain is look like millet. Therefore, we consider, some people used to say that this is also millet. Okay, scientifically may not be correct, but could be used the same purpose. Therefore, what we say that this is considered as a pseudo millet. That is amaranth and buckwheat. This also grows as like as your millets only. That doesn't require much water, and it's also having all the resources, all the health benefits as like as your millets. Therefore, we can consider this also as one part of our food. Pseudo millet, therefore. Now, functional importance of the millets. Why it's having a good, we say, because it's having dietary fiber, then proteins, lipids, minerals, and vitamins, then phenolic compounds. We know very well dietary fiber, what it works in our food system. You must have heard about the gut and other things, gut bacteria. All gut bacteria, everything is works on this dietary fiber. Delay release of glucose, slow release, everything. This in large intestine, it goes and it show it effects in large intestine. That is dietary fiber. And protein, definitely we require it. Lipids is a good thing or bad thing that you have to decide. Because of high amount of lipids present in these millets cannot stay, cannot give more shelf compared to the rice and wheat. That is the one thing. You cannot keep more and more time. If you see after depearling, the millets, how many days it can stay at your home? There's so many problems are there. And peroxidation, lipid peroxidation chances will be there. I will let you know what are the reasons for that. And phenolic compounds. Again, phenolic compounds, best, good or bad, you have to decide. Phenolics are major antioxidant compounds. When you talk about green tea catechins, gallic acid, and everything, whatever you say, polyphenols, phenolic acids, flavonoids, in our previous lecture I have given. So these are having a highly antioxidants. But at the same time, when you talk about some of the phenols, like tannin and other phytic acid, other things, when you come back, the same thing we consider as an anti-nutritional factor. Then, if it is anti-nutritional factor is there in that, what it happens, what it does? Is it a good effect or bad effect to us? That also we have to think once. Now, one by one, firstly, I will give you this. You know very well about this. No need to give much emphasis on that. Sorghum, great millet, is having a good health importance because more protein than corn. Lower fat content, lower sodium, higher level of iron, potassium, phosphorus. These are the minerals required for us. Easier to digest compared to other grains. Rich in cancer-preventing antioxidants and provides benefits similar to the fruits. At the same time, linoleic acid, essential fatty acid, is there more here. Bajra, fall millet. High portion of protein, 12 to 16% protein here, lipids 4 to 6%. Contains 11.5% dietary fiber, and transit time of food in gut increases because of your dietary fiber. Transit time increases means it is having more fermentation in your that one, and it will release glucose slowly. First it absorbs glucose and then slowly releases, so that it will not affect on much. It will be useful for your diabetic patients also. Then risk of reduces the risk of inflammatory bowel syndrome. Obviously, when whatever food it is working for your large intestine, that good for your irritable bowel syndromes. Niacin is more than high amount of folic acid. Means your vitamin B complex also covered here. Then finger millet, we are looking for this. We are growing and we are eating. So it's having so many things, rich stores of calcium. That's why what we do, we promote even in Anganwadis. What we give normally, ragi. Ragi as such we will not give. Germinated ragi, we will make it powder and we will give. Why germination? I will let you know afterwards. So the calcium source is 300 to 350 because children, they require calcium more. That's why we give milk to them. And just they say don't touch milk. As just now he told, don't take milk. But children, we say encourage to take milk because they require calcium and other things which is there in the milk. Proteins are unique due to the presence of sulfur-rich amino acids and all 30 times more calcium than rice. 30 times means 1 gram of rice, whatever amount is there, calcium in that, 30 times more in this ragi. You also can think how good and how best it is compared to the rice. High amount of mineral content, obviously, excellent malting properties. Therefore, we use it for the malt preparation. Foxtail millet, again, we have several benefits out of it. Protein, fat, fiber, calories, carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is only 57 grams. Means 57% carbohydrate is there. Then nama, little millet. Its size is little. That's why they say it is a little millet. Several millets doesn't have any names. So many are there. Only few they have released and we are today we are seeing and which are having varieties. Agronomic advantages, it's too much shorter duration. Very fast it grows and gives you seeds. That means within 2 months, if any crop is giving you seeds, that is better for us. Even for our farmer also. He can go instead of 2 crops, he can go for the 3 crops also in his field. Rich in iron, food fiber. And it normally used as food and fodder. Normally using for fodder only. Food we are rarely taking. Normally people are growing it for the fodder only. In our villages also they grow it. But not for the consumption of human. They are growing it for the consumption of animal fodder. That's why animals are very healthy. Low GI index, glycemic index is very low. Then they may use it for the multigrain and gluten free. Normally nowadays everywhere they are saying that gluten free millets. Millet or cereal, whatever. Where is the gluten except wheat? Is there anywhere? But still we are oils also, cholesterol free oil. Where cholesterol will come? Animal fat. But we are advertising nicely to attract or we are doing in that way. Kodo millet, again, very good substance to substitute rice and high in fiber, controls cholesterol, helps in weight loss, good source of polyphenols, flavonoids, and antioxidant compounds. It's having phytates, and phytate is another thing which is what we are studying phytate for anti-nutritional compound. So these things we have to look into. Why it is not giving? Are you able to see this picture? Clear? Is it clear? Huh? They know this. These all are from the NIN, National Institute of Nutrition in 2017. They have published a book. There they are given all these things. You can compare how these things are there. No need to explain much. So this is about the approximate sources in the National Institute of Nutrition 2017. Same way, mineral composition they have given. Again, see what he said, no, the positive grains and negative grains. Why they mention negative grains and positive grains? They only see the what is the total carbohydrate and total fiber. Total carbohydrate divided by total fiber, whatever comes, if it is more, then that is a negative grain. Less is a like that they have given. And rice and wheat comes under negative grain. Mineral composition, no need to explain, you know very well. Vitamins, you know very well. Fat soluble vitamins, carotenoids, you are having. Sugar profile, fructose, glucose, sucrose. If you see in millets, very less compared to the wheat and rice. Fatty acid profile, amino acid profile. These are all 9 essential amino acids are required for us day-to-day life. All these 9 essential amino acids are there in your millets. Whatever you take millet, bajra, sorghum, ragi, little millet, kodo millet, everywhere you will get all these 9 elements, 9 amino acids. Phenolics. If you see this benzoic acid or arsenic acid, capic acid, coumarin, transferric acid, all these are the polyphenols rich for antioxidant activity. Once you are consuming this, you are getting antioxidant. That means polyphenols you are getting it. So polyphenols are having OH, several OH compounds there. Like that whenever you are in your system, it releases free radicals. These polyphenols, what it does, it will make matrix or it will make complex with the free radical and make a complex. So because of that, making a complex with a free radical, your whatever free radical generated into your body, that minimizes. Therefore, in that way, you are reducing the risk of diseases. So many of the diseases, what the major effect is that releasing free radicals. Once free radical releases means first oxygen free radical, then it's a peroxide free radical, then it releases H2O2, then nitric oxide radicals. There's so many. There's a use pathways are there. Then to minimize that, some enzymes has to be generated from your body. Sodium, superoxide dismutase, catalase, glutathione peroxidase, glutathione reductase, glutathione S-transferase. So all these mechanisms one by one. So your whole body is fighting for that. Then maximum energy has gone for that only. So these are the things. Now what are the things you are getting with these millets? It's having antioxidant activity, anti-hypertensive activity, anti-diabetic activity, antimicrobial activity, anti-cancerous activity, like this. And several cell line studies also they have done, like how it is reactive oxygen species are decreasing or other activities it is affecting. Several cell line studies are done and animal study experiments also completed. Nowadays what happened, our research on millets is very less compared to the other areas. When you talk about green tea catechins, several people have done n number of papers you can see. But when you talk about the millets and its activities, we will see very less papers. If I am not wrong, you must have crossed that. Anti-diabetic activity of millets. Some of the papers I have seen where flavonoids how are affecting flavonoids from these finger millets, foxtail millets, kodo millet, and barnyard millet. How they have done the experiments. They have taken some extracts, phenolic extract from these our millets, and they have fed with animal. And they have seen all these activities, inflammatory activity, tumor necrosis factor, TNF, other things, even SHSY5. This is a neuroblastoma cell line. There also people have studied. So finally, they said that this is really effective. So unless until we do some experiments, we cannot show the scientific proof. Definitely, we are working since thousands years, 6,000 years, 7,000 years. But when you have to advertise anything, we require some background. The same thing happening in Ayurveda also. We say this how are useful for this. When we come to what exactly compound of that particular material is helping, we may be able to answer. That way only that will be promoted. Because allopathy, why it is that huge promotion? Because they know this compound paracetamol, this one single compound is working. Immediately they say that what is the side effects, what are the best possible effects. When we say that synergetic effect, then they say that okay, what is the negative effects? We are unable to explain. Because every compound, if you give individually, it is having its negative effects. When we are talking about even phenolic acids or phenols, synthetically, if you have taken, it has given its effects. When you take individually, they may not do that much effect also. That also there. So these are the things. Then now come back to the processing of millets in food products. What are the different steps are there? How it works for millet criteria? If you see, first is pulling us, then conditioning, soaking, germinating, drying, fermentation, milling. Several processes are there. Thing is that this is a huge risk involved in this. Means it is not that much easy. What we have shown is very diagram, but when we have to do it, it takes a lot of pain. It's not that much easy to do this. Graining our rice and wheat. Why we have selected rice and grain? Because easy to process it. Why these grains people have not selected is de-husking is very difficult because that cannot come out. That very thick hard seed coat. De-husking is very difficult. So we don't have such a type of even equipments also. That government policies has to come up to make some of the new generation equipments which could easily take this processing and other things. And we also have to come up with the new and new products or new things which could be able to provide replacement with rice or wheat. Unless until you provide some replacement, you cannot promote. We say that you stop rice and take this. You have to have that much production. If everyone started taking millet, do you have that much millet in our market today? How much must be there? So we have to first promote from the grassroots level. Then we can say that okay, you all take it. Then only it will be possible. Otherwise, not possible. So first of all, from ground level onwards, we have to come up. Processing units, equipments. Okay, we have released varieties. Then we are educating the farmers, second level. Third level, this processing industry, we have to come up with good manufacturing equipments for the processing of these millets. Then only possible. These are some of the food varieties available based on millets, like little millet tomato ball, roasted millet samosa, barnyard millet pizza. The taste, our tastes are like that. So we cannot say that you take only this. We have to give the taste. Then only you will have it. No? Children, if I say my children don't take chocolate, then Papa, what you know about the taste of chocolate? You don't know, please go. It's the system nowadays. We cannot say that don't take it. So that because we are the food scientists or nutritionists, whatever, we have to make in that way. Even not complete 100%, some 80 to 90% you bring the taste, then they will definitely will have it. So effect of processing techniques on nutritional parameters. If you see the cereal grains, what subjects are soaking, decortication, flaking, grinding, malting, fermentation, and heat treatment. These are the normal treatment processing techniques we are giving to the preparation and processing. In that, what happens? Separation of grains from stalks, milling, fermentation, and heat treatment. So what it happens? It decreases polyphenols. If you do some of the techniques like extrusion technology, some of the enzymes we can add on to that while processing it. And milling also, sometimes if you remove some of the milling, that removes this phytic acid and other anti-nutritional factors, it will release. It will remove the anti-nutritional factors. Therefore, why it is not tasty? Some of the anti-nutritional factors are there in the husk. Obviously, B vitamins also there. But that also binds your vitamins and other things. It will not allow you to enter. And fiber is good for us. But some of the things will not able to digest. Your body may not be able to digest some of the things. So what we have to do as a nutrition scientist, so what we have to do, we have to make food prepared in such a way so that we get better nutrition. Fermentation technology, microwave technology, roasting, malting, and these are the techniques, processing techniques. If we use, definitely we can give very good food to our next generation. And these are the normal techniques are involved in millet processing, like elevator, vibrating screen. These are the things. Normally, it is produced in villages, where those people have these type of high-end techniques, so that they can immediately give us the process. So what they do, they use in roadside some beating the millets. Then they're adding some of the dust into that. So it's not in a single day. It's a process we have to come up. We have to educate them. We have to establish this type of small industrialization also we have to make it. Then only we can achieve the goal. Otherwise, simply saying one goal that we came back to millet, we are producing, that's okay. Not possible. We have to have every stage. We have to promote our farmers. We have to promote our industries. Even our food industries also we have to promote to make good, tasty foods by using these millets. Everyone cannot take ragi mudda. If my home, if every day we are making one same vegetable, I may not eat it because my taste buds wanted different varieties. So the same way we can have it. Like heat treatments we can do. Reducing anti-nutrients like phytates, tannins, and oxalic acids. These are the major concern with us. Whatever processing techniques we have to use to reduce these things, because there are anti-nutritional factors. If that is there, when you are giving too much of nutrition also, it is balancing there itself. So nutrition absorption, how it happens? Changing the fermentation when you leave the microorganisms, fermentation technology, it decreases the pH, increase the temperature, change in salt concentration, activation of enzymes, production of enzymes. Then finally, break down the protein, anti-nutritional factors, and like our ferrous, zinc, calcium, magnesium binds, able to bioaccessible form. In a complex form only your zinc and calcium or iron, cell permeability, it may not directly enter. When we do the taco to cell and cell permeability, several things available in the media, but not enter into the cross, the permeability they don't have. It is should have a complex form. Then only these minerals will enter into your flow. So bioaccessibility and bioavailability. Maybe you have consumed doesn't mean that you have strong. Whatever you have consumed, whether that consumed material is available to your body, accessible to your body. If these two comes, then only it is digested. Maybe some of the things digested, some things may not be digested. After digestion, again, your intestine has taken it or not taken it. That is another issue. In our division, we do work on cacotocellin on several permeability studies. And polyphenols, effect of polyphenols on processing techniques. Really, some of the people have done how this fermentation, fox millet, what it affected on total phenolic count. What about catalytic acid in that? Whole millet, increased or decreased? What is decreased? What is increased? Plus is increased. Gallic acid, ascorbic acid, p-comeric acid is increased in whole millet after fermentation technology. When ferulic acid, synapic and salicylic acid decreased concentration. This is the way of fermentation. This is technique. That's why Sarah also has told what he said. You germinate and do it. Don't take as such. You cannot digest. Why you are not digesting? Because anti-nutritional factors. Because we should know how we have to eat the food. Otherwise, no use of eating that particular food. The same way, thermal techniques, roasting and parboiling, how it is affecting on different polyphenols, like other enzyme and microwave processing millets, how these are affecting on your finger millets, fluoro millet, fall millet, different polyphenols. This is only polyphenols. Now we'll come to back storage studies of millet. What is the challenges we are having? When we wanted to promote, first we have to see the issues, what are there, why it is come down. Earlier it was, we are taking too much, now why it has been come down. Grains are stable for long, but flours have the low. Once you make it a flour, the shelf life decreases drastically because presence of fatty acid. Typical fatty acid profile PUFA causes flour deterioration. Polyunsaturated fatty acid is more in this. That is good for us, good for health. But the same thing is affecting the storage stability. So what we have to do? We have to make certain packing materials. We have to work on that so that there would be no lipid peroxidation. Then we can keep storage. So it doesn't mean that this is not good. This is good, but we have to come up with some of the equipment, some of the techniques, some of the storage stability. Those things we have to do. Moisture content criteria for shelf life. Obviously, moisture is more here. And moisture is more, in fungal or bacterial infections will be more, then your stability of your grain will be less. Then airtight container will be good for the better. So treatment for improving storage stability. These in our DFRL we have studied several techniques for storage stability and we improved storage stability now. We have done several studies. Traditional processing now, if you see, mechanical operations, fermentation, germination. Then addition of preservatives. Doesn't mean that chemical only preservative. Several things could be considered as a preservative which could improve your shelf life. Even that is the biological material also will be there. Or your materials of the food grains also related other things. Having rich with polyphenols, rich with antibacterial activity, that also could be your preservative. Doesn't mean that preservative means only chemical. Then dry heat treatments, hydrothermal treatments, microwave and infrared heating treatments. Now we have got good results with microwave and infrared treatments. Non-thermal processing techniques like gamma radiation, high pressure processing, pulse light processing. These are the new techniques. So we could utilize and we can break these problems. We have whatever the challenges in storage stability, we can improvise it by using these techniques. So we have developed one millet roti making machine in DFRL. Like that, what I told, that industries we have to improvise. So we have called the industry and we have given that how suggestions given and we improved. Now this mission provides you Java roti and Bajra roti, automatic roti making machine. This is mainly for the Bajra and roti because that size and everything we have studied and we have made it. Java and Bajra roti related with the Javans. Because now another thing what previously in Javans we used to give only rice wheat. Now this year they announced 20 to 25% of their food grains will be replaced with the millet. This is given by the now not yet completed, but they have given one announcement. So in future that may come. And even in paramilitary forces like ITBP and border forces, they have announced that 25 to 30% of their food grains will be replaced with millets. These are the two announcements have come from the PMO office. So now that come into the paper afterwards. So these are the two major achievements. Because if you have customer, then only the farmer will grow it. If customers are not there, then people will not do. When some big person is eating it, then what we say? Yeah, I also will eat it. So this is also the tendency. Human being, we are a human being. We go by trend. So we will not break the trend. No? So the capacity of this roti is 250 to 300 rotis per hour. This machine will give you. And cost of the machine is only 5 lakhs. Is not much more. So dimensions, okay, it's not required for you. So these things we have done. Oh, sorry. These millet-based foods we develop in DFRL since years we are developing. I'm not part of it. My colleague scientists have developed. I'm clearing here. So I'm working on biochemistry and nutrition. I do the analysis of these millets and everything. All ICPMS, LCMS, MS, GCMS, those things I am utilizing to investigate the presence of fatty acid profile, then their phytocompounds, vitamins, minerals, etc., etc. Okay, so these things have been developed by our other part, that means nutritionists and food scientists, technologists. Millet chapati mix, millet, these are all ready to eat. Ready to eat. Not like today we are prepared, today we are eating, Once we prepare, we can keep preserving, then we can eat afterwards. Each one is having its own shelf life. Some are having 3 months shelf life, some are having 6 months, some are having 1 month. So it depends. Millet nipattu mix, functional millet beverage mix, millet roti, then ragi bites, spiced millet mix, millet batura mix, millet chikki, millet jamun mix, millet dosa mix, millet sweet cookies mix, functional cookies, like that. Vermicelli, dosa, and our idli mix, everything. Even we have a idli making machine also for this millet. Millet idli making machine is different. So thanks, thank you for inviting me. And let's welcome millet to our meeting. Thank you. Too much time I have taken.
Thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful talk. If any questions from the audience? I think you're saturated for the day for today. Anyway, I think we have one from the faculties.
Long press, back side. Back.
You can add some rice also in that. Doesn't make any sense. Instead of 100% rice, you can reduce that. So base, we can say instead of pure, don't go for the pure. If you want to improve the shelf life, 100% you cannot give. You have to give slowly, little bit. Then some other amaranthas you can give, buckwheat you can add. So how we will make functional chickpea or something? We use some ingredient like one person has asked me to provide selenium-rich bars. Then we have studied a lot. Then what I did finally, that Brazil nut is there. Brazil nut is having high selenium. Then Brazil nut I have brought it and I have added into your then what happened? Obviously, selenium is increasing too much. Then the selenium is too much either overload, it again gives you problem. Then we started decreasing the amount of, but other problems also will come. When selenium you are adding, Brazil nut is having a high, again, pupa, you have rancidity. So you have to come up with the several things. Once you are adding, doesn't make any sense. You have to see its shelf life, other factors also. How many days, what is the fractionation value, what is its other lipid fractionation and fatty acids, everything we have to.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time. I would now request Dr. Veena and Dr. Sushma to kindly present the token of appreciation. So please accept this small memento on our behalf.
Listening me, even though I'm boring you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Mr. Mahesh, the co-founder of Daysiri. He would like to address you for a few minutes. So please bear with us.
Good evening, everyone. I think it's 5:35. I will not take more than 6-7 minutes. This clock says 5:35. That clock says 5:30. Either I will not take more than 5-6 minutes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mahesh, co-founder of Daysiri Naturals, along with my colleague Naveen and Yogesh.
we started Desiri Naturals. 2000, we worked in the ITES related industries for 20 plus years. 2017, three of us, myself, my colleague Naveen and Yogesh, decided to quit our highly paid corporate jobs and start educating and creating awareness on nutrition as the food. Today, you would have noticed Dr. Kadarwali's session. There was a video was played. In the video, there are few things for there was a lady which was talking about overcoming from the diabetic related issue. Three things he talked about. One was the millet, and the second one was the decoction, and the third one was bull-driven grana edible oils. I think it's looking at listening to the Dr. Kadarwali's speeches and other things. In 2017, three of us decided to quit our job and started extracting the edible oils. And we wanted to create an employment in the villages, the small towns, and we wanted to work on the reverse migration, and there are other social problems. So we created almost 100 jobs in the villages, and we bought the desi cow breeds which are sent to the abandoned or sent to the slaughterhouses who are deployed in the project. Right now, we have deployed around 50 plus cows and the indigenous cows and bulls, and we started protecting them. 300 plus employments in the villages, focusing more on the women empowerment. In addition to that, we converted almost 7,000 families in Bangalore and Mysore towards chemical-free food plate. What I mean to say is around 7,000 families have converted their edible oils into the chemical-free edible oils, which we manufacture. Aside to that, around 25 states, we are having a customer base and started exporting a product, the natural product made from India to countries like US and other European countries. The reason I'm talking to you, all of you, is I see a very big opportunity. Like it's most probably this hall contains around 150, 200 people. I can say there are 200 plus nutrition ambassadors are sitting in this room. They can create the world. They can change the world and make the world more healthy with all your efforts. I think I have an appeal to make with all of you. Please do join, because when we started our venture, we didn't have any, our knowledge on edible oil extraction was almost zero, not even zero, it was negative. If someone would have asked how the cooking oil comes, we used to say it comes in the packet. That was the knowledge which we added. But still we are in the phase of learning, looking at the kind of talent, looking at the kind of opportunities which we are around us. I appeal whoever is kind of interested in this gathering, they can come and do the studies. We are encouraged to, we will encourage such kind of talent, and we provide a platform and an opportunity. And your knowledge sharing can make somebody's life a kind of improved life. That's where we are focusing more on this. So by saying this, I think it's my 6 or 7 minutes is kind of getting over. So I will not take much of your time. So anybody interested to know more about us, you can visit us at www.desiri.in. You can know more about us, and you can Google it about us. It's you get more details. If you need any kind of support in the related to the food industries, please to get in touch with us. We'll do our best to support the academics and the institute, like where all of you are studying. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you've got some good piece of information. For further details, you can always contact both of them. They will always be available, I'm sure. I would now like Mr. Naveen also to please come onto the stage and accept a token of appreciation from our side. I would request Dr. Sudha Sairam and Dr. Farha to please felicitate. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you so much. So, for a small bit of motivation, we have one of our own students from the Department of Nutrition and Dietetics, Mr. Siddharth, who would like to speak to you.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Siddharth, we are standing by here to speak a small introduction about our product CB. Yeah, actually it was started around like 11 years back. It is completely based on organic farming. It's basically completely an organic farming, like we take we take raw materials from the products from farmers. We proceed, we package, and we just sell it. Like now, hereafter, like more than 150 products are there in our brand, and it started around January 24th. That was inaugurated by Honorable ex-Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai, and the product name is called CME. And I request each and everyone, just a small video is there. I request to play. Asha.
Line 17. क्या लगा मैंने पहले बोला था यहाँ से तरीके कोई कुछ भी नहीं ले जा सकते उसमें तुम्हें दिखाना क्या मॉडल शायद दिखाना
Okay, actually at present now we are like exporting the products for like more than 3 to 4 countries, like for example USA, Canada, and Australia. So we are mainly tagged up with Tata, Big Basket, and Millet Market, D Market, etc. Like we are collaborated with each and every marketing. Like they take product from us, they prepare their own packing and they sell. And here till now we have crossed around like 2022. I can say that we crossed around 10 crores last year. So at present this year we are planning for around 25 crores this year. So I request each and everyone just to go to the website, just buy the products, and thank you each and everyone.
Video also is saturated, sorry. Maybe we can watch it in the morning again. We'll try to showcase it to you. But thank you, Siddharth, so much. I think you have a great story to tell. And because you are part of the same team, the youngsters, I think they can relate to you and also take a leap and some encouragement for you also to start like how he has done. But on a personal note, Siddharth, I would like to be part of your team. Okay. Thank you so much. I think this brings us to the end of the day. I would like to thank Siddharth for coming here and showcasing his products and for the good work that you are doing. Good round of applause. A shout out to him. Okay, that brings us to the end of the day. Thank you so much for being with us, for all your patience, perseverance. Tomorrow we meet here at the same place at 10 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so if you come early, we start early and we can finish early. You can get your certificates early. Okay, and a small announcement that whatever names you have given for the registration, please check your names in the registration list in the morning. If there are any corrections, please let us know because those are the same names that will be written on the certificate. Okay, then further no corrections will be entertained. So please check your names and let us know if there are any corrections to be done. Thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Okay, please be seated. We are going to make a very short video or a photograph so we can capture the audience present at the end of the day. So people from the left and from the right, please come to the center.